about that. Let the staff work on that for just a moment, and hopefully we'll have everybody running.
Thank you, Miss Riley. Oh, I'm not on mute. Nope.
Videos should be activated now.
We are. Thank you, Brenton. So do we have a quorum present?
If we can get members to activate their video.
Everyone, if you haven't done so already, committee members, please activate your video.
Can y'all see me? No.
Yes. Good morning, Jill. Courtney, do we have a quorum?
Ms. Kase, if you can hear us, can you please start your video? And yes, we do have quorum.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third and final meeting of our Federal Fiscal Year 2022 Planning Committee. I want to thank everyone for being here today, and thank you for your interest and involvement in the process up to this point. And let's begin. And thank you to the members for your presence today, this morning. So let's dive into the work. Courtney, could you please put the mission statement up on the screen, please? The council's mission statement reads as follows: to increase independence, self-determination, productivity, integration, and inclusion for Louisianans with developmental disabilities by engaging in advocacy, capacity building, and systems change. And here on the screen before you, you see our protocols for today's meeting, and indeed every meeting that the council is doing via Zoom during this pandemic crisis. So these are the rules for today's meeting. I'll leave those there for review. If someone needs me to read them, I will. If not, we'll just let those stand for just a moment. Everyone knows what the rules of engagement for today are. Okay. Does anyone need me to read those? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, and so Courtney, we're scheduled now to resume where we left off, are we not?
Yes, sir.
Would you like
let's see.
to start us in that conversation?
I hope everyone received the budget sheet where we left off after day 2. And I also sent out the draft.
2.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Okay, I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a question. That's all right. So we sent out the budget sheet after day 2, and I also sent out the action plan and draft of the activities that have been discussed. So we left off talking about non-contractual activities that were continuing from the 2021 action plan for education and then going into employment. So I can pull up and share the screen for the 2022 action plan draft. And if you guys can pull up the 2021 action plan, and starting with goal number 3, that's the first of the education goals. And we'll start with those activities to see which of the education and then employment activities you guys would like to continue that are non-contractual, which means no money associated with those activities. Is that how you would like to proceed, Mr. Chair?
That is how we'd like to proceed at this point. We will have time to review the overall plan since we've done this over a period of days. We will have time before this concludes to review every facet of the plan so everyone's aware of it and consents to it. But this to resume the work we have to do and get it done in time today, this is where we're starting. This is where we left off at our last meeting. Oopsies. Remind us again what the red means, Courtney.
The red is new, or the red is what we're adding to the 2022 action plan.
Correct. I just wanted to get that on record for everyone.
Correct. So basically everything that this committee does will be in red since this
Correct.
was the first action plan of this 5-year plan.
Yes.
So is the last thing we ended activity 3.22? Yes.
Okay. So these were all contractual activities. So what we had left off with was discussing the activities from 2021 that do not have any money assigned to it, no funds assigned to it. So if you have your 2021 action plan, starting with goal number 3, and looking at those activities that do not have any funds associated with it, we need to discuss if you want to continue that for 2022.
So is there any discussion from our members? And again, to reiterate what has already been shared, but just so everyone's clear, the non-contractual side has no money attached. These are things we do that we decide to have the staff do as part of the plan, but they don't have financial attachments to them as far as the plan goes.
Randall, it's Liz. Can I ask a question?
Yes, Liz, you may.
So basically, when you're dealing with a non-contractual, you just said it's staff. So staff is basically meeting with the heads of the agencies to discuss what's going on. Is that kind of what happens with non-contractual?
Well, Courtney can shed more light on it, but essentially, yes. If not heads of agencies, certainly members of agencies and groups. The staff would largely work with the non-contractual side.
Okay, and so I'm just curious. I mean, I've been actively involved for a long time. So staff then works with the heads of agencies, and then how does it feed down to local districts and things like that at that point? Or does staff communicate with families, or how do they make sure that it goes all the way down to the local level, I guess is the question.
Good question. Courtney, would you like to answer it?
Yes, please. Thank you. So once we obtain information, we definitely disseminate that to the council, because that's who we ultimately report to. But if it's vital enough or urgent enough, we also send out information alerts or DDC newsletters. But basically, all of the non-contractual activities are conducted in-house so that council funds are not utilized, when to do these certain activities. So if it's just to advocate for, then it's basically either the council chair or council staff, being in contact with certain entities to advocate for XYZ.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. No, that's it. Thank you.
Oh,
But with that information in mind, what are our thoughts on this first objective for education and employment?
Would you like for me to read aloud the activities?
If you would, please, I think that would help the public as well.
Sure. So the first non-contractual activity from the 2021 plan under goal number 3 is activity 3.1.1, which reads, advocate for increased focus and capacity within Louisiana Department of Education to address special education, including specific areas or issues, for example, disability, topical, etc.
So is that an activity we all agree should continue?
Absolutely.
Yes.
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 Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jill.
Can
I
I,
think we had-
Randall, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Can I
go
ask
ahead.
one more
Go
question?
ahead,
I'm getting a
Liz.
little confused because that was activity 3.1.1 last year, but this year, since I guess I'm confused as to why the the post-secondary education got moved up to a different, more recent number. I don't know. I'm getting confused with numbers, and maybe I'm just too number-based to.
That's okay. That's because we discussed the contractual activities first. So this it's not
so
a
the
matter
numbers
of importance.
so
It's
forget-
just that's the way we discussed it. The order.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
I
just
got
the
you.
order
So
of
forget the
discussion.
numbers. Just falls under this topic because it's under education. And
Yes.
it's under 3.1.
Yes. Everything we're discussing has equal importance, but we have to number it to keep up with it, essentially.
Okay, it was different, so that's what's confusing. Thank you. Got it.
Understood. But everyone's in agreement we should keep this activity so it remains.
Can everyone still see the screen of me adding the
Yes,
activity?
I can.
Yeah,
I believe
yes.
we can.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. All right. The next non-contractual activity from 2021 is 3.1.2. Advocate for support structure and school systems that assures adequate understanding and skill to develop and implement IEPs, and increased infrastructure of training and technical assistance provided to parents and schools simultaneously.
Is everyone in agreement this activity remains?
Another one, absolutely.
Yes.
And of course, I have another question, Randall. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's what we're here for.
Don't
So-
be
We should ask the
sorry.
questions.
Thank
okay.
you, Jill. How many times have you heard that from me, Jill? So once these, and because this is the first time on the planning committee, I'm wanting to share. So once these are determined that these are activities, do y'all
Yes.
discuss at a later date how to make sure, or recommendations or suggestions of how to best implement that, or how to target that and that kind of thing? Does it go deeper than just?
I would say those are constant discussions of how to improve and how to get these activities done in an efficient
Okay.
and best practices way.
Okay. Thank you.
That's something that's always ongoing between myself and the staff, the chair and the staff.
If I may make a remark,
Yes, you certainly may, Courtney.
if there's something in particular that you have in mind, adding that to the activity helps the staff so that the staff's not trying to figure out what the council or the committee actually wants. So if there's something specific that you want addressed or a specific implementation strategy used, now is the time to address that. Now is the time to get specific.
And I respect that, and I love that. The problem is that in life, things change on a daily basis, weekly basis. So sometimes things are ongoing for a long time, and sometimes they're actually able to be done pretty quickly. But my thought is that with the ever-changing issues and ever-changing things, is to have that option for parents to be able to be recommending, or professionals, issues that are happening throughout the year that may be systemic, that can be changed based on a broader topic. So I kind of like the broader topic and not narrowing it down, just because
Yes.
it gives the opportunity to be able to address issues as they arise when they get, we would love to be proactive in everything, but sometimes you have to be reactive. So that's why it's better to me to be broader. That's just my
You're
opinion.
touching on exactly why we try to be as broad and inclusive as possible in all of our activities and language we do in everything, because things do change, and we want to be fluid and able to adjust where those changes as needed. But to Courtney's point, I mean, when we have a concern we know is vital, then it's good to let the staff know, because it helps them to be able to do the work.
No, absolutely. One of the things that's, I mean, the key right there is the training and technical assistance provided to parents and schools simultaneously. That is,
Yes.
has been, and will always be an issue of trying to make sure that parents and teachers can be working together as a team. And so that's always, and probably will forever be, a problem as long as there's people with disabilities, until we figure out another way to fix it.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to move to the next?
We are ready to move to the next.
Okay. So the next non-contractual activity from the 2021 plan is activity 3.3.1, which is just advocate for educational systems change based on emergent education issues. So to me, this is kind of a catch-all. This allows, this is so general that almost anything can be applied to this.
And that's on purpose. So we can adjust and we can work with whatever emerging issues come out, and have the ability to do that as needed.
Sorry.
Jill, do you have your hand raised?
What do we mean by emergent issues?
That means things that develop, things that come up that we're made aware of that we have to work on.
Okay.
New things we might not have known before, things that develop that we have to work on with regard to education and employment. So we agree this stays as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Cossé.
Okay, the next activity on the 2021 plan says to provide information and promote inclusion and acceptance of effective models of school climate and culture.
I think that's newish. So I think we just ended that in 21. So I could be wrong, but I definitely think we should keep it.
I think your assessment is correct, Jill. I believe that is one we added at the last planning committee.
No, weren't you on that committee?
Yes, with you. And
well.
I believe you are absolutely correct. I believe this is one we added last year. And so I concur with you. I think it'd be good to leave it in place.
Because I think that's very vital.
Absolutely. I agree.
Randall, Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Oh, good morning. I apologize for the technical difficulties I had.
Good morning.
But I do concur that we should keep this.
Hey, Brenda, I'm sorry, I had to mute you. I guess you're on, I don't know if you're on a phone and a tablet, but if the mic is off on both, you're going to get, if it's on both, it'll give you feedback. I don't know if you can mute one and talk into the other, please. You should be able to unmute yourself, Brenda.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As a parent, I think this is very important and included in light of the return to school during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was very important for our students with developmental disabilities to still be able to engage when they're being transported to school, on school buses, to still be able to engage during social distancing, uh, while they're involved in general activities such as morning meetings or eating in the cafeteria, general assembly that they may have uh, done, and just to be able to engage in general. So it's very important.
I'm so sorry. I had to mute. It was the reverb was getting too pitchy. I'm so sorry.
But Brenda, thank you for those comments, and we appreciate them. And I think the committee wholeheartedly agrees with you, and we'll keep this language here so that we can continue to do the work that's essential for our population in schools, especially during this time of the pandemic and the return to whatever form of normalcy we can get. But I think that this is vital work, and we certainly agree with you. Thank you for your input.
Okay. Are we ready to move forward?
Yes, we are.
So the 2021 action plan actually had two goals that addressed education. So I'm just going to automatically go right into the next one.
Yes.
So for the next non-contractual activity from 2021 states, advocate for type 2 and type 5 charter schools to be required to meet 85% rule of enrolling students with disabilities at rates similar to those found in traditional public schools, and advocate for and monitor equitable funding based on the Minimum Foundation Program, MFP.
Thank you. And this is one I think I would recommend. This is vital that we maintain as an activity, because obviously the importance of charter schools remains. Charter schools remain part of our system, and so this activity is vital to ensure that we advocate that they are doing their part to include students and families with disabilities in every way that they're legally required to in public schools as well. And so I think this is an important activity to remain in our scope of work. Does anyone disagree?
Nope.
Randall, you have a hand raised.
I agree.
Charlie Michel?
I'm sorry, who was the hand?
Charlie Michel.
Yes, Charlie, you have the floor, sir.
Hi, I agree completely, but I would wonder if y'all would consider adding a couple of words to it, because the ratio of the percentage of students with disabilities, I think should match the community in which that charter school is located, because it leaves it a little bit open for interpretation. If the school is in a predominantly in an area that has a high population of children with special needs, the location, the community versus the whole maybe school district. So if we can do it in the geographic area in which the school is located, I think that gives a little bit more clear guidance, because my experience is they won't meet either one, but I think we need to make it reflective of the community.
Thank you for that, Charlie. Thank you for that recommendation. As you can see, we're adding the language in.
Again, like, can you explain to me, like, in detail what the 85% rule is, like, with examples? Because that's always been a little fuzzy to me.
Did she call for assistance?
Sure, we can attempt to do that. That is a rule that, to my knowledge, is a federal mandate schools have to follow in terms of, and staff jump in and help me clarify here, in terms of how they're funded. And there's funding attached to each student that a school has, and that's whether it's public or private. That's the case. And so 85% is a rule that the federal government has created that has to do with how that funding is allocated to the schools per student. And so, again, if the staff has better language to help clarify, I'm all open to it. But that's essentially what it means, is that we're asking charter schools to follow the same rules that public schools follow in relation to students with disabilities and their families, is essentially what this means.
Okay.
So before we move on, I just want to make sure with the committee that it's acceptable to add the language that Dr. Michelle recommended of being within the same community.
I agree. Does
I would
anyone
agree.
disagree with, let me just say it this way. Does anyone disagree with the way the activity is now worded with the language change as suggested by Charlie? Is there any disagreement with the new language for activity 3.1.5? Okay, so hearing
Excuse
no
me, Chairman Brown, could we read
Yes.
it, please?
Yes. And the new language reads as follows. Advocate for type 2 and type 5 charter schools to be required to meet 85% rule of enrolling students with disabilities at rates similar to those found in traditional public schools with the same community, and advocate for and monitor equitable funding based on minimum foundation program. So that is the new language as is the activity is now written. Does anyone disagree with that language? Or this activity as it's now worded? Is there any disagreement? Okay, hearing none, I think we can move along.
Okay. The next activity from the 2021 action plan is 4.3.1, which reads, advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, improved practices to facilitate stakeholder input, and consideration of stakeholder recommendations.
I think this is one that's essential to remain as part of our activities.
I agree 100%.
And so let me ask this the simple way. Does any member disagree with the language of this activity and the inclusion of it, the continued inclusion of it in our plan? Hearing no disagreement, it will remain.
May I make a recommendation?
You may. Everyone certainly can make recommendations.
What if we added this to activity 3.1.3?
What?
The exact language, just take it and merge it.
Correct.
I have no objection. I think it might make it simpler for the staff to have the one activity that's conjoined together.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, may I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So this one, I'm just realizing, so this particular objective is only for education. It's not for anything related to the action plan. See, I got off a little bit because I'm thinking something because it says advocate, wait, I'm sorry, advocate meaningful opportunities to stakeholder. Personally, I think that particular initiative or activity is actually would be good across the board for any issues related to DD services of any kind. So I
Well,
don't know if we should possibly consider moving that to a general thing, because stakeholder input at everything for anything related to
Well,
this should be.
I think number one, you're right. I think we always want stakeholder input. I think it's fine to leave it in education to make sure it is done in the education arena, but I think it's a good idea to add it to every activity as well. And I'll leave that up to staff advice as to whether we should do a broad new activity to cover that, or should we just add that language in to each of our realms of activity?
I actually think I like the way you put it, Randall, each activity, because there are your groups of people who will read specific objectives and goals based on where they are in their stages of life. So if somebody's in education, they're not going to read about something else if they're focused on that. So it should probably be under every specific area, so families and people know that they have an opportunity to voice their opinions and concerns.
Yes, and that's something we'll make clear in every facet of our work, that stakeholder input, I believe, to be vital to our process. And I believe our staff does as well.
I'm actually looking at the other goals and objectives to see which ones would be the most appropriate to add an activity to, if that's what the committee would like to do.
Uh,
I think that seems to be the consensus.
Good.
Someone correct me if they object or have a different take.
So Courtney, at this point we have, so the goals are self-advocacy and advocacy leadership, community living and supports, and then we roll into education and employment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and I think that stakeholder input needs to be included in every one of the goals, because I think every one of those particular topics or goals, people need to know that they have their input is valued and needed.
Absolutely. So I was thinking adding it to underneath objective 1.1, and then underneath 2.2.
about the stakeholders.
Correct.
Yes, we definitely need that in every goal.
Okay.
Like, is yes.
I concur with your recommendation, Courtney. I think those are the best places to add the language in to encompass what the committee is seeking to do.
Okay. Give me just a few moments to add that to those other areas.
Thank you, Courtney.
Oh yeah, no problem. Let's, yeah. Let's do that. Well, I will have to reformat that at a later time. I'm not going to waste the committee's time. Oh, there it goes. Never mind.
But you understand the intent, but we'll get it. We'll add it in.
Well, we'll add this. So that was all for the 2 goals on the 2021 plan that address education. So now the last goal, goal 5, is regarding employment. And the first of the non-contractual activities on the 2021 plan for the employment goals is activity 5.1.1, which states to advocate for employment support professionals to complete high-quality professional development for the improvement of service provisions and employment outcomes. So I believe the intent of that activity was to get LRS on board with making sure that their employment support professionals are highly qualified and become certified in the latest, greatest service delivery systems. So I know that they have stated so in multiple meetings, and I believe they've even put it in a letter format, maybe when I first started with the council in 2018. So I don't know if we need to continue this, but if you guys want to continue addressing this every year, then that's something that we can add.
I think that it's I agree with you, they've made strides, but I think it's that we should continue to make sure we're advocating for.
I'm so sorry, but the sound was cutting in and out. Can you say that again, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that while I agree the department should make strides in the last few years in this area, I would recommend we keep it.
Keep it, okay.
So that we ensure that it remains forefront of our goals. I'm not sure it's completely achieved or not. Or it can be achieved and we
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brandon, you have the floor.
Yes, I think I hear you, Chairman, saying that this needs to remain in the forefront.
I'm sorry, I had a technical issue there. Can y'all hear me and see me?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay.
But I think we may
Now,
have,
Brenda,
something may have happened to Ms. Kase, correct?
okay. That was my question. I believe she may have lost her connection.
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so
Okay. So the next activity is
yes.
5.2.1, which states to advocate for employment providers to have access to financial incentives to support unserved and underserved populations, including people with the most substantial employment support needs in competitive, integrated, individualized employment.
I'm sorry, Courtney, that was 5.2.1 you just read?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm confused because on my 2021 plan it's 5.3. No, it's not.
I'm good with this one too.
Okay.
Definitely.
Does anybody have any objection or suggestions for this activity? I think we agree it should remain. Is everybody okay with the language as it's written?
I think the language is fine, Randall.
Thank you, Liz. Hearing no objection, I think we can move forward.
Okay. The next activity is 5.3.1, which states to share the benefits planning services to a variety of agencies and stakeholders. So benefits planning services are actually implemented through our sister agencies, both the LSU Human Development Center and Disability Rights Louisiana hold grants that offer that service, those services statewide.
So is this an activity, in light of that, is this an activity you feel that we need to keep, or we can remove?
Being that it's already being addressed by our sister agencies. Oh, actually,
Correct.
I'll have Miss Liz Gary. She's got both her hands raised.
Okay, Liz, you have the floor.
So they provide the services to families, but so many families have no idea it's out there. So
Okay.
I find this activity is sharing the benefits, is basically getting the word out that it's out there and how to tap into it. So I would hate to remove that, because I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 18 years and I only hear about it occasionally, and people have no clue how they can still get their benefits and still have a job. So I think this is like huge
Well,
to remain.
that's good for us to know. Thank you for that input, because if it's vital for us to do, then we'll certainly do it.
Yeah, I think this is more of just making sure the word is out there that these two
It is.
agencies have that.
It
So
is.
I would hate to get rid of that, because that's just another opportunity to try to work together with the three agencies.
Sure, point taken. So is everybody okay with this remaining?
This
Right.
is also something that's addressed with Louisiana Rehab Services and the LRC. Any consumer who goes through LRS, they are given information about LWIPA, which is what the program's called, that Disability Rights and Human Development Center provide. So it's not just going to be the DD Council providing the information. LRS and LRC also do as well.
Thank you for that clarification, Courtney. But of course, if we can remain a vital part of that, getting that word out, I think it's important that we do so.
Ooh, hold on just a second, sorry. Okay, the next activity is 5.3.2, and it states share Developmental Disabilities Council employment videos featuring individuals with developmental disabilities on their jobs. Are we already addressing videos in a different?
I think we
I know-
are.
I know we're producing some other visual. So in activity 1.1.5 is where they're producing and disseminating the videos, but it's on a variety of topics. So the question would be is, if we're doing this, then does that mean we'd only be sharing the obtaining employment, which if we're producing videos and paying somebody to do it, we should be sharing all of them. So
Right.
I'm not sure.
Right, so my recommendation would be that activity needs to be
And we all
or addressed through 1.1.5.
That would make more sense, because we'd want to share all the videos, not just the employment.
have
ones.
objection to. Yes, and we are doing so. We are sharing all the videos that are produced. I think it's pertinent to put the language in the existing activity for 1.15.
Yeah, and if you guys can see, we still had question marks next to that activity and the voting activity. I think there was some language that you guys were still
Yes.
wanting to iron out.
We're going to address it. Let's add that
And
language for now, and we'll come back to this.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get us through the planning, through the non-contractual
I
first.
think
We're not done with the plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think also were those contractual activities that we needed to determine a price for, and that's why we had.
We haven't finished discussion on it,
Okay.
and so we'll get back to those. Let's just move along with our activities first.
So actually, the last activity on the plan is 5.4.1, which simply states to advocate for systems change based on emergent employment issues. So again, that's like a catch-all.
Sorry, Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor. Welcome back, and you have the floor, Brenda.
Yes, I just wanted to comment in regards to videos of our stakeholders in their employment environments is like a social story for some of our stakeholders. It will show a good example for us. We do have some videos on YouTube, but they're pretty, older videos. We having more current videos would also be good, showing them in their diverse employment backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you for that input. And so, Courtney, you were speaking on the last activity.
Correct. You guys should see it on the screen. I added it unless there's any objection to adding it.
That's to advocate for systems change based on emergent employment issues. Is everyone in agreement with that language, and that activity should remain part of our plan? Is there any objection to it? Let me ask it that way.
No objection.
Okay.
Randall, we have a comment
Yes.
from Ms. Karonda Corley. Says, please be mindful of the delay for those attending via YouTube and asking for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Karonda. I will endeavor to be better at that, remembering the delay. Now, so Courtney, that concludes our activities review, correct?
Correct. So those, we've discussed all of the 2021 continuing activities. However, there were still some conversations that needed to be had about specific language for some of these, and also allocating costs.
Yes. So now here's where we get to completing the activity for these. And so the first one we're looking at tackling would be to produce and disseminate videos and other visual materials, correct?
Correct.
And that is something we're already doing with the contract, just so that we're clear. And we wanted to make sure we added education, which we just did in their scope. And so the cost association, do we have a number on that for what we are currently spending on the current contract, Courtney?
I believe the current contract is for 51,000.
Okay. Is that something we feel, I mean, the scope of work is pretty large, and I know that they've not completed this contract we're currently under yet, and we want to add to their scope with education and maybe some other things that may come up along the way. So would keeping that at 51,000 be something that we should do, or could it be lower? I don't know where they are in terms of what they've already produced on the current contract. And the question would be, do we want to make sure we have enough so we give enough so they have enough funds to add to their scope of work and get those videos done properly?
I believe Ms. Kase has her hand raised.
Yes, Ms. Costa, you have the floor.
I was wondering if the staff had a recommendation, even if it's not a dollar amount, but rather to help us to gauge whether it should be lowered or increased at this point, and especially with our community depending so much now on the virtual world.
Okay. To that, I would recommend not repeating the same video topics that are already being produced. So that's why I highlighted what you see in the activity. I would actually recommend that you guys reconsider the language here and come up with some specific video or visual material ideas.
Let me ask you this, Courtney. Let me ask you this. Should we do that today, or is this something the planning committee should recommend that the self-determination committee do as part of their
This
scope
is
of
going to
work?
be on the plan. So this is something the planning committee needs.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Okay, and so what are some topics we'd like to see addressed in the next round of videos? Because these are the videos they are producing currently under the current contract. So we don't want those repeated because we'll already have these covered that you see listed in yellow. So what are some topics or some suggestions for future videos that they would produce?
I believe Ms. Gary and Ms. Kase have their hand raised.
Okay, Ms. Kose, you can go first, and then Liz, you'll have the floor. So Brenda, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just was wondering if she could read the highlighted portion. She said of the videos that we're already producing.
Okay. So currently our activity is for self-advocacy videos, videos on obtaining employment, grade promotion and graduation pathways. And I believe they're going to do, O'Neill Communications is going to do something specifically on the April Dunn Act regarding that. They're also going to be producing something regarding accessing home and community-based services, including waivers.
This is just a few wacky ideas. What about programs for like accessing housing, COVID related topics, and then there was one more. It was related to education. My God. Thank God.
Thank you, Jill, for those suggestions. Liz, I believe you had a comment.
Ms.
Liz,
Gary,
you have
you're
the floor.
muted. I'm sorry.
Thank
Sorry, I lowered my hand and I forgot to turn the microphone on. Thank you. So I guess one of the things, if you'll notice, there's no education in there. So, well, we're already addressing the promotion and graduation pathways, but I don't know. I think there still should be something next year on education, just in general IEPs or something to that effect, just to make people aware. There are still a large number of people who don't even realize that an IEP is used and meant for their kids to access the curriculum as others does. The other thing is that I was thinking, depending upon what other topics, if this is to raise awareness or if this is to raise questions, I'm not sure, but also maybe some, like we said, success story with employment with people working. What about success stories of kids who are included in the, included in school settings and other areas, not only school settings, but also employment, housing, kind of like Jill was saying, but that thing, just giving people, showing people that it can be done, that it's not just all doom and gloom. That's just, those are some thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
That actually sounds like a theme, like a slogan. I like that.
What, it's not all doom and gloom?
That it can be done. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Randall, I believe Brenda's hand is still raised. Jill has her hand raised, and you have a couple comments in the chat.
Okay, Brenda, you have the floor, and then Jill, and then we'll get to the public comment. So, Miss Brenda, you have the floor.
Yes, I was wondering if we could address our stakeholders in faith-based inclusive communities. Is that an area that we can address? And then I had a second one.
I see no reason we could not. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I see no reason we could not add faith-based to our activity.
I'm sorry,
Well, I guess I'm asking.
Again?
Go ahead and clarify your ask there, Brenda, if you'd like.
Well, when I see the contracts being implemented, I don't see, and may not necessarily because someone didn't submit it, but I don't see anything addressing the faith-based community. Our stakeholders are well-rounded individuals. They engage or would like to engage in various aspects of their communities, and their spiritual life is important too. But
see what you're
quite
saying.
often, as a parent, I have had to work with faith-based communities over the years, and they've been very receptive. And many of them are coming along, faring well. But I think that if we could have some information out there to help them on a more general level for various age groups, also not just children, but the adults, because when they're younger, like I can take my son, but when they get older, when they're older adults, what are we having in the communities to assist them in this interaction and engagement on a spiritual level?
Thank you, Brenda, for that comment and clarification. Courtney, do you have a question for Ms. Kosei?
I think Jill does.
Okay, Jill, you have the floor.
Okay, I think COVID realizing that this was success stories. So I'm thinking since COVID is situational right now, I think I take back my COVID warning. And then what about videos from past PIP members? I mean, wouldn't that be more recruitment? Or wouldn't that be a
We can
way?
certainly include partners in policymaking as part of the video, sure.
Yeah.
Randall, you have a hand raised by Liz, also by Coranda, and a couple of comments in the chat.
Okay, let's what are the comments in the chat? Because we didn't get to that, and then we'll get to Liz. And then Ms. Coranda.
Let's see. A couple of the comments were from Coranda, says, what is the justification regarding no ASL interpreters nor closed captioning? And she also has a question. What material do we have targeting diverse communities such as visual impaired, English language learner communities, and Indigenous Black and Brown communities? And you now have 3 hands raised: Liz, Hyacinth, Brenda, and Coranda as well.
Okay, since the vice chair has just joined us, I will give Vice Chair Dr. McKee the floor first.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I apologize for my tardiness. I had an early meeting that went right into our time. But I wanted to say welcome. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about what Liz mentioned. I was excited to hear her say about the graduation pathways, having more videos about that. But then also in those videos having, I'm sorry, Liz said something about successes, about highlighting the successes. And I was thinking maybe we can highlight some of the successes of the students who graduated with high school diplomas too as well. That would be so awesome. And because it'll also show the incoming, like freshmen and youth advocates that they can do it too. I find it that they are really having a hard time believing that they can do it as well. So including the graduates. And then also, I have to kind of not side with my colleague Jill on removing the COVID-19 issues. I think that it's not just situational so much. I'm thinking that the COVID-19 and the aftermath is still very here and very present for a lot of folks. And so I would, kind of ask us to reconsider leaving that COVID-19 in there. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about what that looks like when those videos come out. But I think the COVID-19 is going to be here for a while in the aftermath. So thank y'all for your time.
No, thank you. And thank you for being able to attend today, Madam Vice Chair. Okay, and so we have that language added back in, please, for COVID-related issues or topics. Thank you. And I believe Bambi has joined us as well. And so I want to give her an opportunity to speak if she would like to do so. Bambi, are you with us?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm just looking at videos and I just made a comment that I agree with Dr. McKee, even though I didn't hear everything and I didn't hear what Jill said. I know with COVID-19, hopefully we're getting over it. We'll see, us back to what, some normalcy, but there were disparities that were really highlighted, and that's something that might be able to fit in. I don't know if it fits into this activity, but it's something that we need to make sure that we amplify that the disparities, just in the way a medical community may look at people with developmental disabilities and how they're treated and access to services. We have rationing of services and those type of things.
Thank you, Bambi. I think that's very important. I think that is something that could be covered under this activity very, very well, hopefully. Okay, and do we have any other council members or committee members, excuse me, who have not spoken, who wish to speak?
Liz has her hand raised, and I think Jill has something to say as well.
Okay, Jill, you have the floor first, and then we go to Liz.
Assistive technology, maybe. And I agree about putting the COVID back up there. That's what my original thought was. Everything Dr. McKee was saying. I'm sorry if I keep pronouncing it wrong. So I think definitely like the COVID-19 should
Absolutely. And we've noted Bambi's comment about the disparities that have been highlighted in it. I think that's important to make sure they include as we do move forward with these video activities. Thank you, Jill. Liz, you had a question or comment, I believe?
Yes, thank you. I actually raised my hand right after Jill had said to remove COVID-19 because I did not agree with that. I think it should be there. So I'm glad that Dr. McKee and Bambi agreed with that. One of the things that had occurred this year with the LEN program at HDC is two of the cohorts, trainee cohorts, one from Tulane and one from ULL, agreed with the issue of the need for awareness for medical rationing and that kind of stuff that even Bambi touched on. And it's been a huge, huge issue federally, across the United States that this was occurring. And so that was two of the things that they actually worked on and created fact sheets, both the ULL cohort and the Tulane cohort. And they have some great information with data and stuff that they did that they've actually presented to a legislator, one in New Orleans and one in Baton Rouge. So it's definitely something that needs to be addressed and aware of because people are not familiar with that. The other thing is that I had recommended making like successful videos. I don't know that that's what that original 1.1.5 was this year, but that was just a suggestion on my part to start seeing success that helps give the positive impact. So that I just wanted to make that clear. I kind of changed the focus of it, and that was just a suggestion. So if everybody's good with it, great. If not, I just wanted to throw that out, but I thought it was a great opportunity for that.
I think we concur with you on that. I think Dr. McKee's concurred as well earlier, the need for success stories in relation to graduation. So I think that's a good concept to keep in this activity, in the focus. Okay, and Brenton, you said we had some comments in the chat, or we have a member of the public who'd like to speak.
Yeah, the chat, we read those comments, but
Okay.
Rhonda has her hand raised as well.
Yes, I'll give Ms. Corley an opportunity now to speak. Ms. Corley, you have the floor, and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm so happy that Dr. McKee and Ms. Polazola spoke to put COVID-19 issues back up. I think that we should also put up that we would like the visuals disseminated out in regards to what the actual federal DD Act covers. Not only that, but what's covered under American Disabilities Act, the ADA. How can people with disabilities actually participate and have their voices heard on record during a lot of these legislative meetings that's about to come up? as well as their school board meetings. So how about open meeting law? How about we disseminate information about the Civil Rights Act and Section 504 Rehabilitation Act? We can also disseminate information about the Office of Civil Rights Act. And their office, and how parents can actually file complaints and actually get stuff looked into that has not been adhered to or actually addressed. Those are topics and issues that our people in the disabilities community face every single day, especially when they're especially right now during the COVID-19, where we cannot actually have our voices heard on meetings. Like, for example, LDOE's accountability meeting on yesterday, there was no one from the DD Council there, but nobody that have a disability was actually able to have their voice heard in that meeting if they watched it. So we actually need to look at open meeting law and Robert Rules of Order, and how and what the impact that it has on people with disabilities, specifically during COVID-19, and how it's not allowing them to actually be a part of the democratic process. So producing and disseminating videos on that, as well as visual materials, would be a major plus, because we're supposed to represent our people with disabilities, and we're supposed to allow them the opportunity to participate in these meetings that are going forth, and they are not actually having that opportunity. So I thank you for that. I thank you for allowing me to speak, but I actually hope that you actually take heed to what I'm saying. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think that those are all excellent topics that you mentioned that we can certainly add to the scope of the work for this activity.
Brenda also has her hand raised.
Brenda, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to add in regards to educational videos with the after school and extracurricular activities, to show that our children can be included in various extracurricular and after school activities. If we could get a video up about that, that would be great also, to show inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are also noted as to topics. So are there any other suggestions?
I believe Brenda's hand is raised again, as well as Liz.
Okay, Liz, we'll give you a chance to speak now, and then Brenda, you're next.
I think what Brenda was saying was inclusive after school type of activities, not recreational. I know it sounds the same, but when I think of recreational, I think of something like at a playground, and I think it was more about after school activities, and that takes place within the education system. But I'll let her, since she raised her hand too, I'll let her comment.
Yes, absolutely. So, Ms. Brenda, you have the floor.
Before I comment, Ms. Courtney, can you read what you typed? Thank you.
So far for the activity 1.1.5, we have topics of accessible housing, COVID-19 issues, IEP guidance, successful educational outcomes and inclusive employment, and other demonstrations of it can be done in all aspects of inclusive living, partners in policymaking, assistive technology, and we just added inclusive after-school activities.
And to the points or suggestion that Karanda made to be able to have videos done on the American with Disabilities Act, the Civil Rights Act, those types of things that she mentioned, is that something that they're already doing in the scope of work to be produced?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I think we can add those in as well.
Chairman?
Yes, Brenda.
Yes, I think recreation should stay also, but I had another question. I know that we are planning this, but will other suggestions be allowed to be made by Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee, as well as the full council this month?
Yes, this plan will go to the full council for its consideration. This is our recommendation to the council as to what our action plan should be for fiscal year 2022. So anyone can, at that point, during our council meeting, when this comes up, make suggestions or recommendations as well. These are just our recommendations to the council, but the council will have its say in ratifying these and adjusting these if so needed.
Correct,
And
because these topics cover not just issues that Self-Determination and Community Inclusion Committee discuss.
Right.
It also includes education and employment. So that's
Yes.
why it's, more appropriate for the full council.
So the full council will have its say. Yes.
Hyacinth has her hand raised.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. Maybe I missed this, but will these videos be translated for English language learners? And I wanted to mention that. I've seen them. I mean, maybe there's some kind of caption that can go at the bottom, but I just feel like if we're saying it's fully included, but the videos are not inclusive for all. So what are we doing to address making sure that these videos are in Spanish, in Vietnamese, so that we can bring that population forward as well?
Well, I don't know that they have done second language videos on the topics, but that's certainly something we could ask.
Yeah, I think I think, and I'm not sure if that's in the contract, but given the amount of money is being spent, we have to think more inclusive. And so I don't want to move forward unless we have some concrete dialogue on these videos being available to Spanish speaking individuals as well as Vietnamese speaking individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, can we not add that language to the contract?
Oh, absolutely. And also, just to let you guys know, the current activity is for videos and visual materials. So correct. I don't know if you guys have accessed our website, but there's an addition to our toolbar for accessibility options, and that's contracted through Recite Me. And that actually can translate our entire website and all attachments and hyperlinks and documents to a plethora of other languages. So yeah, anything that we get as far as visual materials, our website is already capable of doing the translations. Now, as far as the videos, we can ask that they ensure that captioning is done in multiple languages or videos be filmed in other languages.
And are we, Mr. Chair, I'll be 2 seconds.
Sure. Still
on that topic. Are our public stakeholders aware of that recite option? Because and I know, and Courtney, you guys have done excellent work on this. I'm just wondering if they are aware of that recite option, that's available to them so they can have access. And I'll stay quiet.
No problem. So
no, thank you.
It's at the top of our toolbar. So like if you're clicking on either news or if you're clicking on about us, it's one of those options. It says accessibility option.
But I'm saying that is it visually in a way where if I go to our website, something's like flashing or hanging out there saying, translate me, or I'm here to help, or because if I gotta dig and find it, then I'm not gonna know it's there. So I'm just saying that. That's it. Thank you.
That is something that the staff can look into highlighting, maybe making it a different color or make it flash. I don't know. We'll see.
Right.
We'll see what the options are.
Right. Absolutely.
But
Randall,
and one of the great things about that is once you start that on that website, every time you come back to our website, it remembers your settings. So yeah, it's
It's awesome work. I saw it, but I just wanted to make sure that people, it's awesome. I've used, it's awesome.
great.
Thank you. All right. And so, Brenton, you were.
yeah, Jill has her hand raised, Liz has her hand raised, and you have a couple comments.
Okay. Jill, you have the floor.
Okay. Courtney, you're gonna track up. In response to Miss Coralie, you made such awesome points, but what caught my eye on my ears rather was the dispute resolutions topics for parents in IDEA cover reading literally reading about this right now. Well, I'm paying attention like this week. I promise. Has a whole section on resolution dispute resolution, and it goes to due process mediation, and there are two more that I can't remember, so we might wanna add videos that cover like IDEA, because I know that does go into the details of resolution dispute. So if we add IDEA, then that would cover a lot, a very broad topic of and a very broad pool of education issues.
Very good point, Jill. Thank you. And thank you for reiterating Karanda's comments from earlier.
Okay. I'm sorry, you guys, my coffee has not kicked in.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay, and so as we can see, we have a lot of good, very broad, very good topics on a host of issues. So I think I'm not meaning to cut off debate on it. So if there are any others, or someone feels like we haven't addressed something properly, let us know. But I think the next thing we need to do is assign a dollar amount for this activity.
Actually, if I could make a recommendation.
You certainly may, Courtney.
These are a lot of topics, and typically the videos that are being produced are just 2 to 3 minute videos, because we try to keep it to a reasonable amount of time to keep people's interest. What if we broke this down and had certain topics throughout the entire 5-year plan? Instead of trying to do all of these every single year, let's say this year for year 1, let's do these topics. Then for year 2, let's do it on these topics. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that very well lends itself to us making sure we not only get these topics done and done well, but should, as topics emerge and come to mind and are brought to our attention, they can easily be added into the scope of the work of the activity that way. Because we're not going to be able to think of everything today. And like you said, the videos that have been produced and the material going with that as well. It's not just videos. So the things that are being produced, but the videos are short. And so we certainly want to make sure everything gets its due diligence in coverage. And I think that's a way to make sure it happens.
Liz and Brenda, it also looks like Hyacinth, they have their hands raised.
Okay, Liz, Brenda, and then Dr. McKee has the floor. So Liz, you're first.
Thank you, Randall. One thought I had in reference to what Karanda was saying is that in January of every year, partners always did a history of disabilities, and Guy Caruso had a lot of presentation on that, but there also are a lot of videos out there. So I'm thinking maybe we should have a non-contractual thing where we're getting some of those videos that are out there and making sure that we're putting them either on the website and or on Facebook and or social media, just to continue to raise awareness for the ADA, the DD Act, the Civil Rights IDEA, all that kind of stuff.
We will certainly look into that, and that which we don't already have material for, we would add to the scope for this contract to be produced.
Well, I'm thinking of not specifically for this, but more of a non-contractual of just sharing information of videos that are already.
I get your point.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying I agree. And we will absolutely look into what resources we currently have at our disposal that have been done, such as the partners material you mentioned, and look at it, because that's just simply putting it up on the website in a lot of cases to help get it out there.
And Facebook, just so that it's constantly can be shared and awareness
to be disseminated throughout our website, social media, all of that. But that's a simple fix if we already have material related to the topic. So we will do that.
Thank you, Randall.
We will make sure that we scour our files and such, and if we have things related to these topics already at the ready, we will release them. Okay.
You have two other hand raised and some comments.
Who was next with their hand raised? Was it Brenda? Brenda, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman. I was just trying to get some clarification from Ms. Courtney. Are you making that recommendation because of may not have enough funds to cover all the different types of videos every year and to spread it out over 5 years to make sure we have enough funds to cover them?
I don't think it's a funding issue. I think it's an issue of timing and making sure that we don't flood because we do all this in 1 year, you're going to have a lot of very good information very quickly produced and out there. And I think to Courtney's point, she's saying, what if we make this part of our 5-year plan in terms of we're consistently producing good quality materials, not just videos, but materials with it, to cover these topics and do it well. So I think it's just a question, and correct me if I'm wrong, Courtney, but I think it's a question of making sure we don't just cover these issues, we cover them well with good and accurate materials, and make sure that they are done in accordance with all our regulations and rules and our mission and values.
Correct, but also Ms. Kase was correct about funding. We have not assigned funding to this activity yet.
That's the point.
And to be honest, what you guys have already allotted to the other activities, there's not a lot of funding left. So if we spread it out, then we can put a smaller amount on this activity, yes, but it will be for every 5 years. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Or for every year within the 5-year plan.
It's within the 5-year. So if we assign a scope, if we assign money, then it's money for the 5 years of the project, not just year one, which would be 2022.
Well, if we list it on the annual action plan, the funding that's listed will be just for that year.
Correct. But
If
it would
you guys want to
remain.
look at a mapping tool that I found that someone else had created, that it might help with being able to say, okay, these activities we want to achieve and accomplish within the first 2 years of this 5-year plan. Then
Well, let's
maybe,
do that,
okay.
please.
All right, let me save this real quick and then I will share my screen with that mapping tool. And please don't forget, we have not even begun to discuss new contractual and non-contractual initiatives. Okay. This might be too big. Hold on just a second. Okay, so can everyone see the screen?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So this kind of breaks down our current 5-year plan by objectives. And then this tool can allow you to say, for these activities, we want this, this, and this to be done during these years. Of course, I would need to change these years.
Yes. So if we use this flow chart, then we'd have to assign the 1 year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, or is that something the staff can do with understanding of what we want done in the activity? Or is that something you want us to do now?
I will leave that up to you guys. That is your decision. If you want to create this, to fill this out, or if you want to allow staff to do this, and then we can share this with the full council during the council.
I think that's probably the better course, is for y'all to look at and break down how you think this can best be rolled out at what time frame, and give that suggestion to the whole council for our discussion. But I think you have, with the activities we've given, you have ample, things to plan out there.
Okay, well, again, it's going to go back to, well, then we need to know how much you guys want to fund each
Well,
year.
the current contract is how much?
It's 51,000.
Okay.
I do not know that 51,000 would be appropriate for each year of the 5-year plan,
Right.
if we're going to spread it out.
So if we spread it out, this would be for the amount we'd be assigning would be for this year, for fiscal year 2022, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well,
Hey,
I mean,
Randall.
there's a lot. Yes.
Hyacinth has her hand raised. I don't know if y'all might want to take her comment.
Yes.
I don't know if it has to do with this or if it's just going back to the topics at hand.
No, let's
I
let
just
the
didn't want
vice chair speak.
y'all to miss what she had to say.
No, thank you. Thank you.
It has to do with it. It has to do with this, with the clarification that Brenda was seeking from Courtney. I believe I need a little bit more clarification on what you're saying, because I don't want to get into a situation where some topics are being discussed and then other topics have to wait to year 4 to be heard, because people are experiencing these issues every day of their lives. And so I'm concerned that $51,000 that we're contracting is not going to yield what we need to touch all of our stakeholders. And so I'm assuming that the videos, I've seen one, I haven't seen the employment video yet, are supposed to be informational and resourceful, right? They're not supposed to be long, drawn out training,
Correct.
type of. So I don't understand why we're unable to offer informational and resourceful videos to capture all of those topics, in a given year. I just don't want to selectively say education will be dealt with in year 1, and then we have to wait to year 3 to get to health, and then year 5 to get the legal, because people have situations that they're dealing with daily. So maybe, Courtney, you can give us a little bit more of your position on that so that we can get clarification.
Okay, let me pull up the plan again real quick.
I mean, you don't really have to dig deep, and it doesn't have to be any type of research kind of literature review. I just want to quick and dirty as to why we're unable to deliver brief, informational, resourceful videos to capture the topics that our stakeholders need in their daily lives. I'm just, it doesn't have to be anything long and drawn out. I just, for 51,000, I need to find out, because I don't want to tie money.
Well, 51,000 is what's being done, with the scope of work currently being done.
Correct.
This will be the new scope, and so we'll have to decide the amount.
Correct. And so that adds credence to, I don't understand why we have to select which topic should be weighted to year 4 or 5 for that kind of money if it's just a 2-minute informational resource video. I don't get that. So I need help. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
And I hope that I'm able to answer that to your satisfaction. So this is for someone, I guess the funds that are allotted to this activity would be for someone to create that activity, to create that video. So with COVID kind of taking, we're moving out of COVID, that means somebody would have to actually physically film, instead of what we're currently doing is just recording people from Zoom, or in virtual platforms. So if we're going to start doing videos of people actually on their jobs, that's going to add to the cost of actually producing even a 2 to 3 minute video. So if we're wanting to produce videos that are specific to Louisiana on all of these topics, then that's why I was recommending, let's move this, to just do certain ones during certain years. But you guys have already recommended, if there's already other videos and visual materials out there, that let's utilize those and just either put those on our website, share those on our social media.
Yes.
That way we're not recreating the wheel.
Right. If we already
Does that
have
make
the
sense?
information.
Okay.
Yes. I'd say if we already have the information available, then let's disseminate it. Let's get it out there. I don't think it's an issue of having necessarily produce fresh videos on every single topic listed here. If we have it covered in some other format and some other video, let's release it. Let's get it out there.
Right.
I think
So can we propose that we, this is important, y'all, because I don't want people to feel like they're being left out. I don't know how old these videos are. Are they relevant for the post-COVID
we'll
environment?
have to. That's
so can we do the research?
We'll have to research it. Yeah, it's not just let's throw it all out there.
Okay. All right.
To imply
Thank
that.
you.
I'm sorry.
Thank y'all.
I just mean that if we can review everything we have in terms of that type of material, if we can do a review of what we have and make sure that it's still pertinent and that it's still, representative, and if we already have it, then why not release it?
Absolutely.
And not have to wait. Is the point.
I completely get it. I just don't want folks to be left out and wait to year 5 to hear about education. That's all.
And I understand and concur with your concern, Madam Vice Chair.
All right. Yes, thank you so much for that.
And
I
so
hope
for
I was able to answer, like I said.
And so once we research this and once we find what materials we may already possess that meet these requirements for this activity, then we can better look at what needs to be produced or what needs to be updated or made relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we can then give to the contract holder to produce a video on.
Got it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hey,
And therefore it
Randall.
might not require $51,000 each year. So
Right.
trying to help, let's make this smaller if we can. Let's be more efficient with our funds if we can.
Sure.
But again, that's just my recommendation. It's up to you guys. I don't want to interfere with any decisions.
Well, again, I mean, this is something that we'll still need to research. So but this is a broad range of topics. So I would recommend we give it a fair chunk of change. And then of course we can adjust that in future plans, but I don't know that it needs $51,000 necessarily.
Hey, Randall.
Would everyone be comfortable with, say, 20 for this year?
Hey, Randall.
Yes, Brent.
Just a couple things. One, in general, based on some of the research that was done, I guess almost a year ago when we were looking at videos, you can keep in mind a finished product for a video. That's if there's any sort of script for production cost, everything. It's going to cost you about $1,000 per minute. So
Okay.
that's something y'all can keep in mind when you're thinking of budget. And also, certainly that's negotiable with the contractor. It may be a little more, a little less, but general industry rule at that time was about $1,000 per minute to get a finished product. But I also see Kelly Monroe, she has her hand raised, and Liz's hand just went up as well.
All right, let's give Liz the floor and then Kelly can speak. Liz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Randall. Just real quick and based on what Brenton was just saying about the $1,000 per minute. So did that take into effect this year that they did virtual on that very first video? And that didn't really, I mean, if you're doing a virtual video, then it's not the same as being on present. So when they quoted the 51,000, that's what they wanted, was that something that they took into consideration that they were going to be present, having to be on spot, or it was going to be a virtual because of COVID? I'm just curious from a financial standpoint, what they thought they would produce for 51,000, whether in person or on virtual.
I'm not able to answer that question. I'm sorry, that's not a contract that I work on. So I don't know their expenses for each video or exactly what they plan on accomplishing this year. Maybe Courtney has some info on that.
I'm actually trying to look that up. So if y'all can just bear with me.
Yeah. Now the price that I threw out there, I don't think that takes into account any sort of virtual aspect. I think that's just your traditional, and I would imagine it's probably close to the same, because I think we did some videos many years ago and the price wasn't all that much off from that $1,000. It might have been maybe $700 or $800 at that time. But again, I don't think that keeps into account any sort of virtual. I think that's just your standard costs for in-person type things.
And let's let Kelly Monroe have the floor. Kelly, you have the floor.
Hey, just real quick, I wanted to let you know that the employment videos are very old. And I know this because they were done when I was a job coach about 13, 14 years ago. And there were people that I worked with. And so they're very old. And matter of fact, 2 of them were done at Chase Bank, which is no longer even in business. So just wanted to let you know that they are very old and could be updated. You could still use one of them, but the other 2, Chase isn't even, anyway.
Thank you
That's
for
all I
that.
have to say. Okay.
Thank you for that, Kelly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the actual contract right now. So for the current contract with O'Neill Communications, they have $1,400 budgeted for freelance videographers across the state. And they don't have anything for travel. So there's actually just a minimal amount of their contract that's being paid for the possibility of videographers to do in-person filming, if that makes sense.
So what you're saying is we haven't actually expended the 51,000
No,
we allotted
correct,
due to COVID, due
correct.
to COVID restrictions.
And that was just for a portion of their contract. Hold on, I've got.
So that sounds like they had planned with that amount of money to be mostly virtual. And that's what I was trying to get to see the cost and how it relates to what they were planning for this year versus going forward. Thanks, Courtney.
There's the travel. Okay, so what did I say earlier?
$1,400 for videographers across the state, I believe.
1,400. So actually the contract total for just freelance videographers was only $6,600 for the year out of a $51,000 contract.
Right.
Okay. Where are we? Am I back to, is this where we need to be? Okay.
Yes.
You still have a few comments in the chat, Randall, that are about the videos.
Could you read those for us, Brenton?
Sure. It looks like they're from Rhonda Corley. She did ask if her suggestions were being added. They are. She also wondered if IEP guidance would be a duplication, considering FHF covers that topic. She also asked to add information or providing information in Braille and closed captioning ASL for the hearing impaired. She said our website doesn't accommodate individuals in this community. And she also asked if we can disseminate videos, materials regarding newly passed legislation from this legislative session and the impact on the DDID community going forward.
Thank you for those suggestions, Ms. Corley. They are noted. And so I think we need to discuss a dollar amount. If we have not expended, if they've not expended the $51,000 for this year, then that money will still have to be, their contract will still have to be met, correct, Courtney?
Correct. They still have deliverables that they have to achieve.
Yes. Yes. So do we have any idea what those costs will be?
Not at this time. We will probably do something in May to ascertain where all of our contracts stand with the spending, so that if we need to move funding from one state fiscal year to the next fiscal year period, we can do that before the end of the state fiscal year, which is June 30th.
I mean, I think it's tough to assign a dollar amount. We don't know. I mean, they've expended so little of their allotted for this contract. But of course, this new range of topics is broad. And so, and as Brenton pointed out, you know, the industry standard for this type of work is not cheap. So I don't know, are we comfortable with allotting, say, 25,000? I mean, we don't know where they are in terms of the current spending for the contract. So it's kind of tough to say, give them another 51,000. And we have other initiatives to discuss. And so how does everyone feel about allotting less than $51,000 for this activity?
Hyacinth has her hand raised. Karanda also has her hand raised. Yes,
Hyacinth, you have the floor.
I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with reducing that contract by 50%. And the only reason why I say that is because communication is very important. We have a problem where there are a number of people in this state that don't even know that there are services
I'm
out there for people with
I'm fine
disabilities.
with whatever amount
So,
y'all want to agree to.
so hold on, wait, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't want to, because I'll lose my thought. I have like COVID.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
So,
want to let you know I'm
I
open to
think,
suggestion.
so I don't want to reduce this contract by 50%. What I want is for this contractor to deliver what our stakeholders are asking them to do for the amount that we're given. Again, we have people in this state that don't even know that we exist. And right now, communication, getting the word out, letting people know what's out there for them, I think that's paramount. And so I don't want Kelly mentioned those old videos. I knew the videos were old, but I'm glad we had somebody from the public that would say that. So if the public is telling you that this is a need, then I think we should put the dollars behind it. But I also think that we should hold O'Neill Communications and whoever wants to do business with the DD Council to produce outcomes. If we're giving you 51,000, you need to show us what you can give us for that 51,000, satisfy the contract so that you can continue to do business. I think 51,000 is a well amount enough money to get all of these topics heard for our public and can be done in a way that they are the contractors. They need to be creative to deliver this if they're asking for this money. Otherwise, we can entertain the other 4 contract people that put in their proposals and move on. This is what I believe, that this is important to the public. So I don't want to reduce it by 50%. They only expended 6,600. I believe our executive director is going to hold a meeting with them to ask them where they are. I think we should keep it where it is, but they need to produce. That's my comment.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I mean, if everyone agrees, I was just getting us to a starting point for discussion. So I'm not married to reducing it that low. I'm just letting you know we have a lot of things to cover. And, this is something that'll be ongoing, I think, for a number of years. So, bearing that in mind, I'm fine if we keep it at 51 with the understanding that Courtney and the staff will reach back to make sure that, as they do with all our contracts, that deliverables are being met. Any other discussion?
Rhonda has her hand raised.
Yes,
Liz,
Rhonda, you
Liz
have the
has her
floor.
hand raised as well.
Okay, let's let Rhonda speak, and then Liz will have the floor. Rhonda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. McKee's statement. I don't feel that we should reduce this amount. I believe that we should keep this amount where it is. And I think that we should make sure that we have this information disseminated out in our areas that are indigenous, Black, and brown people, English language learners, our visual impaired, make sure that they have an option. Like if we're going to provide visual materials, make sure that the visual materials are in a way that those that are hearing impaired as well as visual impaired can actually get that information. Because right now, these are the populations that really and truly are being unserved and underserved, as well as not heard. These are the people that are far too many times left away from the table. And in the words of Ms. Polazola, these are some of the communities that have actually been showed a huge inequity and disparity as it relates to COVID-19. So it is imperative and it is pertinent that we actually make sure that we keep this company that has the contract from us their feet to the fire, but not just them, all of the entities that have a contract with us, that they actually adhere to providing us with real, true deliverables that actually relates to diversity and inclusion. And I am looking so forward to that information being put in our contracts, because again, like Ms. Polazola said, COVID has shined a light on a lot of inequities and disparities, and it's definitely shining a light as it relates to our DD community. So I really look forward to that, and I hope that we leave the amount the same, but I really hope that we actually get to see what they produce before you put it out to the public so that we do not be embarrassed. Thank you.
That's paramount to what we'll be doing. Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that feedback, Ms. Corley. It is noted. So is everyone in agreement to keep it at $51,000?
Liz and Brenda have their hands raised.
Liz, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Randall. I'm in agreement for that. My only question is that we're not required, the DD Council is not required to have the same person do it every year. So if O'Neill does not produce and perform as to the standards, you can go for another RFP.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes. I'm all in favor for the 51.
Absolutely.
This is just about the activity.
Absolutely.
Yes. So 51,000, this remains. Okay.
Brenda's hand is raised.
Brenda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Real quickly, I just wanted to say that if we do this right, as best as we can, this may become a part of our brand as a council, that we are communicating with so many diverse populations.
I certainly hope so.
Yes, through our video. And would you say, Ms. Courtney, what other materials? What does it say? What other kind of materials? Videos and what?
I'm sorry, it says to produce and disseminate videos and other visual materials.
Yeah, so this could be, a good talking point. Or go to the laddc.org website.
Yes. I certainly hope that's the case. I hope that happens. And thank you for bringing that up, Brenda. Any other comment? Do you have any more to add, Brenda? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all, Chair.
Okay. So I think we're in agreement. This remains as you see written before you.
Okay. So the next activity you guys had questions about was 1.1.6. And that was to provide financial support to provide information on rights, accessible options, and information related to voting.
I have a suggestion as it relates to this one. We had, what was the original amount we allotted for this? It was 7,000 or 7,500, was it?
7,000.
7,000. I would suggest one that it be kept with the caveat, because we didn't really do much with this year, unfortunately, because the genesis of this was Chris's suggestion. Chris Rodriguez from Disability Rights Louisiana was to give us $7,000 for voting rights materials or activities. My suggestion is this: what if we keep the $7,000, keep the activity as it is, keep the $7,000, and then we reach out to Disability Rights Louisiana and see if they're willing to match it, or if they're, because they were willing to give us $7,000 for this. And so see if they're willing to match it and then collaborate on this activity so that we can get some information done with regards to voting and access and options and such, and information related to voting. So that we keep it basically as we had it, but that we reach out to Disability Rights Louisiana, whose idea it originally was, through Chris, to see how we can best collaborate and if they'd be willing to put up 7,000 as well, since they were willing to give us 7,000 for this project. See if they'd still be willing to commit that 7,000, and we commit 7,000. That'd be $14,000 for a joint project related to support for voting rights and accessible options and information.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda.
Thank you, Chairman. Very relevant topic, and I always look forward to Disability Rights Louisiana sending those emails when it's time for during election seasons. But I did want some clarification on when it says to provide information. Does that include visual materials, or what did they say something?
We didn't specify. We left it broad on purpose. I think it very well could.
Okay.
I think that's why I say I think it's good for us to collaborate on this so we don't have duplication of effort. And we also, they're a sister agency, so we do this in collaboration. If they're willing, this is our side of it where we commit to this. And I think leaving the $7,000 in place and then ask them if they'd be willing to match it or have any funds to meet it. And so we could collaborate to have a program that would do what's needed, what's determined to be most needed for this topic to be achieved. And again, that's a suggestion. So pick it apart, agree with it, modify it, whatever you want to do. But that's my suggestion.
Liz has her hand raised.
Yes, Liz.
And do we have any idea what Chris was thinking when he was trying to give us $7,000, the council to do?
I think it goes again to trying to get word out and trying to get information to the populations that we all serve with relation to, I mean, he's not here. I'd have to ask him verbatim. That's been a year ago, but I think his intent was to help with disseminating information on how to vote, where to vote, and what your rights are with voting and those types of things, and how to accessibly vote, all that type of stuff. And so all of these things, I mean, this is something that they're passionate about and in some respects already doing. And this is why I say, let's collaborate. Let's not have duplication of effort. And I think that $7,000, I mean, we didn't even expend the $7,000 for it from last year. So I think that goes to so many things happening with COVID and just so much other things that took our attention and time and even funding. But I think if we commit another 7,000 and then ask them when we go back to the table to collaborate, look, you had 7,000 you wanted to give us. What if you put that toward a collaborative effort? And so now we'd have $14,000 in a joint effort to see how we can best provide financial support and provide information on rights and accessible options and information related to voting. And however we can best collaborate to do that, I'm all for. And I think they would be too.
Thank you, Randall. That makes sense.
So is that a suggestion that we're keeping, or is that something we want to do?
Keep it. I believe we should keep it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone disagree? All right, and so we assigned $7,000 to that project with the understanding we're going to reach out to Disability Rights Louisiana and see if we can collaborate on the project and ask them to match the funds if they're able and willing.
Okay, so if I may bring to your attention, we need to look at our budget sheet.
Okay.
And again, so far we've only discussed continuing activities.
Yes, I know. Thank you for bringing that up, Courtney.
So as of right now, the total allotment for activities on the 2022 plan are at a total of $680,000, where we have a budget of $645,000.
So we're over budget.
And again, we have not even begun to discuss new.
Okay. Well, the voting thing doesn't have to have a specific dollar figure attached. We could just reach out and say, how much are you willing to put forward? And then we can match that if we need to.
May I make a recommendation?
You can make any recommendation you
Just-
choose. We have to bring this in line.
What if we added the voting rights and accessibility options to the videos and visual materials activity?
Yes,
We certainly can.
that's a great recommendation. I was
That's
thinking that
yeah.
too as well, Courtney.
That's great.
And then we can still ask Disability Rights Louisiana to collaborate with us on that
Yes.
specifically.
Yes, I think that
Great.
needs to be done. But absolutely, I like your suggestion, Courtney. Thank you.
Bambi has her hand raised.
Yes, Bambi. Bambi, you have the floor.
Oh, are you muted? Oh, I don't.
Yeah, she's not muted, but we just can't hear her.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you yet, Bambi.
Did we lose her? Bambi, are you frozen? Oh, I think, yeah. She appears to be frozen on my screen. I don't know if it's the same for you guys. Okay. I believe Ms. Kase has her hand raised too.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor. While we wait for Bambi.
Chair, that's what I was asking when I said information, with videos and yes, I think we could move it in with the videos and visual materials.
That's fine.
And secondly, I wanted to know what other reductions would the staff recommend?
Thank you for that. I was going to ask the same question.
Because I see we have supported decision making 50,000. We have first responder training 50,000. Customized employment 50,000. Those are the highest ones. Next to the videos and visual materials at 51,000.
And Ms. Polizzola, are you back with us?
Yes, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear and see you, Bambi. Thank you.
Sorry about the audio issue.
Welcome back.
I know in the past when I've served on this committee before, sometimes we go through this exercise and like figure out what it is that we're interested in doing. And then we would have to go back and kind of redline some things and just say that's not the priority for this year. So
Right.
I don't know if that might not be a strategy just to go on and figure out what else we want to do in the new contractual activities. And we might realize something that we've already discussed is just not rising to that high level of what
need.
we want to do in this
Right.
coming year. Mm-hmm.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. I think that's exactly what we need to do at this point, because we have to obviously have a balanced budget. So, and we have everything we have here is important. I acknowledge that, but we have to spend within our means. And so for any given year. So we have to look at some further reductions or duplication of effort where we can save some of this money, possibly get some of the work still done.
Okay.
So to that end, staff, do you have, Courtney, do you or the staff have further recommendations as to how we can do that?
Let's see. For the contracts that I've been the most involved with, 3.2.1 regarding customized employment. Right now, we've got some gateways and certification projects started for discovery and job development. But next year, I think we will just need to tackle systematic instruction. So I honestly think that maybe just 2 classes on the systematic instruction would be appropriate for next year. And that could be just 25,000 instead of 50,000 to try to do all 3 again next year.
Right. Is everybody comfortable with that suggestion?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
I believe Jill has her hand raised, and you have one comment in the chat.
Yes, Jill, you have the floor.
Where are we ending voting?
We are going to collaborate. We're going to do some videos. We added it to the video activity. We're going to add the voting rights to the video activity that we already have scheduled. And we're going to reach out to Disability Rights Louisiana and see what ways we can collaborate, work together with them on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us more in line with the budget. Are there any other suggestions as to where we can merge or bring down the expenditures?
Randall, you have 3 hands raised. Bambi, Hyacinth, Brenda, and one of the comments in the chat asked how much we needed to reduce the budget by.
Right. Okay, Bambi, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Okay, no problem.
Disregarded.
All right, sure. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
I was thinking, and I don't want to speak for the whole council, but we haven't participated in much leadership, council and leadership trainings. I'm wondering if we can request the council to reduce that to 7,000 or 7,500.
Yeah.
Due to COVID, we haven't really.
Due to COVID, we haven't been able to do that, correct?
Yeah. So I'm wondering, can that be brought before the council to reduce
Well, we can
about 77,000?
we can recommend it. We could recommend it now with the caveat that because we didn't expend that much this previous year, we could reduce it, and then the council could tell us whether they agree or disagree with any of these decisions we're making.
So can we shave 3 off of council and leadership training? We can probably partner with universities to help train some of us with different issues. They might do that. They might let their graduate interns or someone working on their doctorates or whatever to provide training to us. There are other ways we can skin that cat.
Right. Fair point.
Randall, this is
yes.
To that point. I think that has to do with, doesn't that have to do with if we have any council members participate in partners, and also if we have national convention?
We're not doing, that's right. It's mostly for the convention because we're no longer able to do the council members participating in partners directly. We changed that rule. And so but that money is allocated primarily for every year we attend the national convention, which we must do. And then also there was a little added extra for other types of conferences someone might want to attend or might request to attend on our behalf.
Due to COVID, we haven't been going anywhere. I mean, I don't know any council members been going anywhere, but that money's just been.
Well, we have done some virtual stuff that cost money, and that's come out of that, but we haven't expended the full amount, no.
Okay.
Right, and it's actually cheaper to do it virtually versus, of course.
Yes, and so I think it's pertinent to go ahead and for this year, since we didn't spend the whole 10,000 due to the virtual environment, we were forced to be in due to COVID. I think it's a fair point to ask it be reduced for this, because this is revisited every year, and so this is something that next year, if those costs are back up, this can be adjusted.
Miss Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, I'm sorry. I meant to call on you earlier. Brenda, you have the floor. Thank you, Ebony.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if we could get that last public comment, which was a question asked about how much more we need to reduce the budget. And secondly, if the staff could give us an assessment like they did with customized employment, if they could give us that same assessment for supported decision-making at 50,000 and first responder training at 50,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
So actually, Mr. Dustin Chandler with IAG, Interaction Advisory Group, spoke with this committee during the first meeting, or maybe it was the second meeting, I can't remember. But he actually indicated that with the amount of interest had been his first few rounds of this training, he was actually requesting additional funds to increase what he's currently doing and an increase so that he can fully train everybody who's requesting to be trained. But so he was actually requesting more money, but we felt, or you guys felt, that it was prudent to just keep the amount where it is and have those agencies, those law enforcement agencies, come up with their own funding for that training.
Correct. And he did point out what a big success the program had been up to this point in his discussion with us, his talking with us at the last meeting. So this is one I feel pretty strongly we should leave at the current level because it has been extremely successful and it's concluding soon its first year, and the need has been massive. So I think that that's one that we should probably keep as we've agreed.
And then with the Alliance 3.1.1, that stands for the Louisiana Alliance for Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Programs. Even though they got
Hello?
Courtney, you're freezing up on us.
on implementing their first program in the fall.
Uh-oh.
Can you, oh,
You were freezing up there, Courtney.
Can
I
you
think
hear
you're back
me?
now. Yes, but you froze up almost during all that discussion you were trying to have with us here. Are you there, Courtney?
can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Where,
that
where did I leave off? What was the last thing you heard?
You froze up almost from the beginning of that conversation.
Okay. So I think I was talking about the 3.1.1.
You were, yes.
So with that, they've already gotten some universities started on that process, but they definitely want to continue that. They weren't able to host their town hall meeting in South Louisiana like they were in North Louisiana, which is what garnered the interest of those other universities. So I definitely recommend continuing this for the next year so that they can finally implement it statewide and not just North Louisiana.
What?
And this is Bambi. Can I add something to that? I think that
Yes.
the outcomes of, if they actually start, which I went to LSUA in Alexandria, they plan on starting one in the fall. And what I heard is it, what school at Grambling? And Grambling as well. I mean, if they start 2 programs for $40,000, they're helping those schools to establish what they need to establish in order to get those programs built. And then the schools basically can operate themselves once they get it established. But $40,000 to get these programs in 2 campuses in, areas of the state that don't have these opportunities, I think is a good investment. And if, $20,000 per university to help them get established, it makes a big difference to have that opportunity that, our people with developmental disabilities don't have opportunities to higher education. So that's my opinion on this.
No, I concur with your opinion, Bambi. I think it's greatly needed, and that is a good value for the money on that contract. So what's our total amount we have to spend, Courtney? Again, let's put that out there.
All right. So as of right now, having reduced the activity or the amount funded for the activity regarding council and leadership training to $7,000, and with moving the voter rights and accessible options to the videos and visual materials activity, we are now at a total of $645,000, which is the budget.
Right.
That's the
total entire budget
amount. Yeah. Correct.
So we can leave this as it is, but then we'd have to be clear that we have no more money left for any new initiatives.
So I think what Bambi had recommended was let's go ahead and discuss the new initiatives so that we'll know how much we need to reduce the continuing initiatives.
I just want to make it clear that at this point, as we start the discussion, we have spent all of our available funds for the year. So if we decide to do whatever we decide to do that's new that has a cost, we will have to reduce spending on some of these existing expenditures in order to do it. I just want to make that clear.
Number marked.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because you okay.
You have two hands raised. Well, 3, Randall, if you want to take those comments before you guys move on.
Yes, let's go ahead and take those.
I'm not sure if Miss Brenda and Bambi still have comments, but their hands are still raised. And then you have Miss Karonda Corley.
Bambi, do you have a comment?
She put her hand down. She put her.
Okay. So
but Miss Brenda's hand is still raised.
Okay, Brenda, do you have a comment?
Yes, Ms. Courtney elaborated on 3.1.1, but I inquired about 1.1.7 supported decisions.
Okay, so I was actually talking about the contracts that I was mostly involved with. And actually, Miss Ebony Haven, who is with us, she is actually monitoring the contract for the supported decision making. And if Miss Kelly Monroe is with us, I believe she's actually the contract holder for that activity.
Right. So let's give them the floor if they're willing to speak on it.
I apologize. Can we repeat the question?
Ms. Kase is wanting to know about the status of this activity and if the full 50,000 would be needed for this activity to continue next year.
So I do believe they're gonna expend the entire amount for this year. Currently, they have done 4 trainings so far. They're still in the process of getting training scheduled. I know Ashley McReynolds, who is over the contract for the Arc of Louisiana, she is currently in touch with the Bar Association, and she's trying to get training scheduled for the Bar Association and the Judges Association. But they're currently on track to spending the entire $50,000. And if you all would resume this contract next year, I'm assuming that amount will be needed to continue.
Thank you, Ebony.
The questions?
Are there any other questions of Ebony in this contract?
You said 4 trainings?
Yes, Jill, they've had 4 trainings so far. And they're in the process of scheduling more trainings in the other regions. So far, they've covered Region 7, Region 5 and Region 2, which they're planning on rescheduling for Region 2 because the training that they did have in Region 2, it was immediately after the winter storm that we encountered. And so the participation wasn't as well as they had hoped. So they're going to be rescheduling another training for Region 2.
Okay. Any other questions of Ebony regarding supported decision making? Kelly, if you're here, would you like to speak on the topic while we're discussing this?
Hey, sorry.
Yes.
I'm available to answer questions, but I think Ebony kind of like gave y'all an overview. The only thing she didn't update you on was that Ashley is in the process of walking three of the 5 families through the process of supported decision making.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I don't know if anybody has any direct questions or anything. Maybe I can help.
So, Ebony, is that gonna go on our status report?
Yes, ma'am. I included all of that information on your status report. And if you're on the Community Inclusion Self-Determination Committee, I'll be going over those contracts. Well, I'll discuss that same information during that committee meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, does anyone else have a comment or question or suggestion?
So Miss Brenda has her hand raised, and so does Miss Karanda Corley.
Okay, I believe Karanda has been waiting, so we'll let Karanda speak and then Brenda can speak. So Ms. Karanda, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately, we lost her audio.
okay, no, I'm on
Here
here.
you go.
Okay, thank you so much. Someone
You have the
had
floor.
actually muted me back. But if my memory served me correct, when we addressed this issue in regards to these contracts from meeting part 1 and meeting part 2, y'all asked all these different entities how much money they needed. So that's how the door was opened for certain entities to say that they wanted more money. Problem number 2. We don't have deliverables reports. My memory served me correct. Miss Kelly Shatlin Moore actually told us that she didn't actually record all the correct demographics that I asked for and requested, including racial, ethnicity, gender, disabled or not. You know, that information was not recorded, and that is part of the contract. So I think we actually do need to look back at these amounts, because it does not cost $50,000 to do a Zoom meeting, because Zoom meetings, you can get a Zoom account for free. I'm just telling everybody, 45 minutes free, courtesy of Zoom. You can also do a Google Meet. That is free. If you want to do meetings with the Bar Association about supported decision making and the Judge Association, again, where is that helping disseminate information to the people and the community in which you have this contract to service? Point number 4, somebody's mic is not muted and it is interfering with me talking. I think that's Miss Kelly's mic. Can you please mute her mic so that everyone can hear me clearly? Point number 4.
What?
Problem number 4 that we have is that, like they said, region number 2 had to be rescheduled, but region number 2 didn't even get the information out, because I live in region number 2 and I didn't even know about it. So that's a problem, especially when I attend all DD council meetings and I didn't even know about the meeting. That's a problem, which means they are not doing publicity like they need to. So they
Well,
how they using that 50,000.
Let me thank you for your comments. Let me say that the deliverables can be tracked and will be tracked in relation to the issues you brought up with the staff. Your objections and comments were noted last meeting. So those areas you asked to be tracked, that information can be gathered, and I believe they committed would be gathered. In relation to the amount of the contract, that's something the committee has yet to determine. That's what we're looking at. So thank you for your comments there, Ms. Corley. And as we move now into discussion of new contractual activities, we have to bear in mind all the money at present has been allocated, has been spent. So if we decide to do a new project today, then we have to look at where we, throughout the budget, where we could cut expenses to meet that new project we decide on today.
You do have two hands raised, Randall. Brenda and Kelly have their hands raised.
Brenda, I believe you had your hand raised earlier, so we'll let you speak. And then Kelly.
Chair, if you don't mind, could Ms. Monroe speak? She might answer my question.
I'm about to give her the floor as soon as you have made your comment.
Yes, I was going to ask that before we do, if my suggestion would be to present this to other regions before we circle back, because other regions are waiting for more information on supported decision making also. And I needed a clarification. Did we say that we were going to give this contract back to the same contract holder? And thirdly, all of these areas, contractual areas, are relevant. But as you keep reiterating, Chairman, that is the role of this planning committee, to make the hard decisions that we're going to have to the full council. So this is hard decision-making time.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so I'll let Kelly speak to your issues if she's willing, and whatever else she might like to address. Kelly, you have the floor.
Okay. So some of the 50,000 goes to Disability Rights Louisiana also to help pay for Melanie Bray's time, and also pay for some of Ashley McReynolds' time while she's on the contract, as well as developing and also travel expenses when she's walking certain families through certain activities. So there's much, much more that goes into developing a program and educating families than just opening a Zoom link. There's a lot more that goes into it, a lot of research, a lot of training. So hopefully that answers some of it. I know that when we had that conversation last time about the demographics, we were not reaching all of the demographics. It was noted and said last week. So as we move forward, like I said last week, we will start to ask those questions during the evaluations like you requested. So we do turn in deliverables every single month. I'm not sure if Ebony wants to share those or if the council shares those with you. I have no problem with anyone looking at any of the reports that we turn in, but we turn them in on the 10th of every single month and to show activity. So I don't know if there's any specific questions or if I missed anything, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Welcome.
Now, we really need to move into, do we have any suggestions or ideas for new activities?
Hey, Randall, Hanson has her hand raised as well.
I'm sorry, Hyacinth, you have the floor.
Moving forward, I'm going to ask that the staff that are overseeing and assigned to monitor these contracts produce a report to us. We cannot continue to operate and assign dollars amounts without having information in front of us. You know, this piecemeal, you know, we do this, we do a little bit of that, but we're putting thousands of dollars towards these programs. This is money. We need full written reports. And the expectation is that the reports that, like Ms. Monroe says, she's sending to the staff, that information needs to be in a report to us so that we can make informed decisions about how to expend this money. Because I'm going to say this, and Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the hard work you're doing. We're about to make some cuts. It's going to happen. The issue is who we're going to cut. And we want to make sure that when we do that, we're informed. And it sounds like collectively, our committee is not informed. And so in order to be of service, we need to have the information. So I want to ask Mr. Chair to work with our interim executive director to ensure that the committee has a full written report about where all this money is going. My colleague Jill made a great point when she said, is this going in a status report? We need these reports prior to these meetings so that we can make informed decisions on this money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Let me say I'm committed in every way to help carry out the activities that we set forth as a council, both as a committee and a body. You know, and so we'll do everything we can to ensure that those deliverables that are set into these contracts are met, and what information can be shared will be shared. Courtney, if you have anything to add,
Maybe just a clarification, if I may,
yeah,
from Dr.
you
McKee.
may.
So were you referencing being more prepared for this type of meeting?
Mm-hmm. So we're being asked to blindly look at dollars and say, I guess we'll cut 10 from here. I guess we'll cut 5 from here. I guess we'll get 3 from here. We have people that are holding contracts on, verbally saying to us, this is what we do with this money sometimes. And we have people not even present at all to even account for the dollars. But then we're being asked to go in and say, take 5 from here, take 2 from there. That's not fair to the contract, and it's definitely not fair to the stakeholder and the taxpayer. I'm over it. We need something written to say these deliverables are being met. This is the status report about how much money we spent so far. It was spent on this. This is how much we have left. This is a waste of taxpayers' dime. This is a waste of stakeholders' input. And frankly, this is a waste of our time if we're not coming to these meetings informed. And so I'm not comfortable cutting anything, to be frankly honest with you. I'm not comfortable cutting, adding, dividing, multiplying, any of that. Because I do not have the information in front of me to make the best decisions for the public that I serve. I'm actually trying to contain myself. I'm actually going to I'm thinking about asking Mr. Chair to end this. I can't move forward without information in front of me. I cannot make an informed decision without the proper data to say what to cut. And I don't know how we've been functioning like this. I just don't know. So someone needs to help me understand this, because I can't assign money due to personality because I like you or I don't like you, okay? I'm gonna be giving you real talk. I need to see the dollars. I need to see what's been spent. I need to see what the people that are responsible for managing these contracts to come to the committee and said, these people are saying they've already spent $25,000 and this is what they spent it on. They're asking for more, or they can make it work for the 50. But I can't keep assigning money based on likes and dislikes. So I'm being frankly honest. I'm not prepared for this meeting, and I'm not comfortable with moving forward. I'm not cutting or adding any money. I'm not. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Courtney, would you like to address the vice chair?
Sure, I
comments?
absolutely take everything you just spoke into consideration. So we need to include more information on our status reports, because the staff does include updates on the status reports as to what's been transpiring during that particular quarter on the status report. But if we're wanting to know more information about, okay, well, if 51,000 was allotted, this is how much they've spent.
That's correct, Courtney,
Yeah.
because we're in a year right now where we're crunching money, and we have some really good programs out there. We have really good contractors, and I don't want to name any, but there's some that are really working hard. They work hard to put together these RFPs, and I'm not comfortable with cutting their money. I'm not comfortable with cutting their money if they need all of their funding to make things work. But I'm also not comfortable with doing it in a manner where I have to choose who has to be, without having everything in front of me. How much has been spent so far? What do they project they might need next year? That kind of stuff this committee needs to have in order to make these kind of, you're asking us to make a tough decision with not having all of the information in front of us. Those reports need to come to the committee before we get here.
Thank you for that.
Brenda, Liz, and Jill have their hands raised.
So that's a commitment that as your chair, I will work with the staff tirelessly to get as much information out as we have. And as you've seen throughout these meetings, I do ask the staff, what information do we have available on each of these deliverables, and where are we at with those? And so that's why I asked that, to make sure we get what we do have on the record. And so we do need to work harder. To the vice chair's point, we do need to work harder to make sure that our reports to committees are as fully transparent as we can make them with the information we have at the time that we give the reports. So that's something we can do, and I'm committed to do better. As far as, we have to get the work done today. This affects not only just this year, but our entire 5-year plan and scope of work. So it's a tough decision. It's a tough meeting, I get, but a decision has to be made today on the expenditure. So if we just want to keep things as is, there'd be no cut. We just add nothing new. We just continue forward with what's here. But to my point, if we choose to add a new activity, then we would have to cut, because we're simply out of money. So we would have to cut if we decide to add a new activity, is my point. So if we don't want any new activities, if we feel like, due to COVID, due to all these different variables, that all this work is great and needs to continue, then this is the recommendation. This is where we would stop. If we have ideas for new contractual activities, then, it's just the reality we're at. We'd have to look at where we would trim money in order to gain funding for the newly suggested project. That's just the reality of it at this point. But we are required to produce a 1-year plan. In fact, this will be the first year of the 5-year plan. And in order for us to have any funding to even exist, we have to have these plans in place.
Randall, Brenda has her hand raised, Liz has her hand raised, and you have a few comments.
Okay, Brenda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I heard Vice Chairperson McKee make a motion for us to get the documentation that we need as the FY 2022 Planning Committee, so that we can make informed decisions. Former Chairperson K. Marcel always emphasized that we need to be informed stakeholders. So that's my first thought. My second thought is we should consider new because there are so many things that have issues that have arisen since we've been in this pandemic that we should at least be considering, and the public may have some new ideas. Uh, and I forgot what my third point was, but it was dealing with cutting. And my fourth point was I'm not sure if I still didn't get my question answered uh, as far as what the staff would recommend for us to reduce, as well as a clarification finally on whether or not we already said we were going to give the current contract holders these contracts again in 2022, because if we put the information out again for bid, we may get some entities who can do the same work for less funds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Who else was left? Brenton?
Uh,
Who needs to speak?
Liz.
I think Jill has her hand raised. Liz took her hand down, so I guess maybe her question was answered.
Is that it, Jill?
Ashley was on the call the second meeting, and to my knowledge, she gave a very detailed description of what she's done and what feedback she's had from her trainees. And I mean, like, and her feedback was very positive, and I think that all this will be reflected in the status report. So, I mean, I think we are getting deliverables, and I think just wanting to point out that Ashley did report to us some of her feedback, and that I think they are planning on having deliverables met, because I don't know when. Not that I'm disagreeing with you, Dr. McKee, but I think we are on the right track, and maybe there just needs to be some timelines.
Better timelines, yes.
Deliverables. That's it.
Well, I think it's important to bring up the fact that everything we have here that we're currently doing most of this already. We haven't even gotten to new things. And I think as we've discussed this over a period of days, everyone has agreed these are needed, these are valuable to the community. This is all derived from feedback we've gotten from stakeholders. And these are projects that have been ongoing, and so they do. Accountability is important, and we to the end that I can request data and that we can give data. We are working to do that, and we will improve that process. I'm committed to that as best we can wherever we can. But to the address the scope of the work. I don't think there's anything in this plan so far that doesn't need to be done, doesn't need attention and need our funding and help. The question is the getting the information to the committee on time. I mean, we're at the end of the scope of this work. We have to produce a recommendation for the council in order for all this work to proceed. If we don't, then none of it can. And I don't think we're here to do nothing. And so, as flawed as this may be in terms of our ability to get the information to you to make decisions, I take responsibility for that as your chair. But the thing is as best we can, I think Jill has a point. We have the information, or we can get the information for the deliverables we are currently collecting, and we just need to do a better job of getting that to our members, and not just to this committee, but to the council in general. And so, I'm committed to that. I know Courtney would be as well. And so, but I have to tell you, the work we have before us, the things we have here, they are vital. And as much as we are accountable to the public, what we are most accountable to do is to do the work that they need. And so I think everything in this plan does that, and is the best way we can with the money we have. The hard decision will come is as we discuss new contractual obligations. Unfortunately, where we're at, we would have to look at cutting something in order to provide a new plan or suggestions. So, having said that, are there any comments in the chat, Brenton, that we need to read?
You've got quite a few. Let's see. From Karonda Corley. Let's see. She had mentioned, I think this was when there was discussion about the amount for the contracts. She said, shouldn't the individual salary be covered by the agency they're employed? She mentioned our DD Council has been looked at as a money train that never services our community. The change is highly recommended and welcomed. We need to require a real itemized and detailed expenditure report from every contract holder. We have too many meetings and full DDC meetings without the reports being available. Those reports never made available at the later date either. We need and require real transparency and accountability from the entities receiving funding from the DDC.
Okay, I just committed us to that, so thank you for that.
Dr. McKee says, as accountable representatives for the public, we need written detailed reports as stated, and also asked to have a representative of the contract holder to be on standby for all of these meetings for questions that the committee may have. And then the last comment is from Charlie Michel. He says, perhaps an internal procedure could be set up that provides for a timeline to follow regarding the provision of all supporting documentation for each meeting, such as 1 week before the meeting date, etc. The points made were all valid, but to be honest, since this is the second meeting addressing this same topic, I'm wondering why these concerns weren't brought up before this meeting so that the frustration and anger didn't need to be aired in a public forum. Some things can be conducted in private so as not to involve the public in internal protocols. I mean, no disrespect, but I'm only trying to offer a potential solution, which is used by many other public agencies.
Thank you, Charlie, for that suggestion and comment. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. All of your comments and suggestions are noted. I take them to heart. We always have ways to improve. Certainly contractually, that's always ongoing, in ways to improve and better meet the needs of the community and better serve both the community and the council itself. So as your chair, I'm committed to making sure that all of these that we set forth, we agree to, are done, and deliverables are reported, and things are done in a way that allows for us to feel better supported as committee members and as community members in this process as we make these decisions. And that's you have my commitment there. We will do everything we can to get the information we have to you to the end that we, can as we have it.
Also, Randall, so I don't see any hands raised, but I know throughout the last probably 10 minutes or so, hands were going up and down. So I didn't know if any of the committee members had anything they wanted to share.
Okay, we'll give them
People
opportunity for.
intentionally had their hands up or down. I didn't want anybody to be skipped, but I think
Sure.
Hyacinth has her hand raised at the moment.
Yes, Hyacinth, you have the floor.
I'll be brief. I do want to speak to the assumption that when someone on the committee is engaging in an articulate, well thought, passionate conversation, that it's interpreted as anger. Now, I'm very concerned about that because that's typically a sign that, or a adjective that's usually tied to a person of color who is speaking passionately about a topic. And so I want to press upon our staff that when they are reading these comments that are being displayed live on YouTube, to use some form of discretion. Not all information has to be read word for word, because again, saying that the word or attributing the word anger to a person of color who is articulately speaking passionately about a topic promotes the stereotypical narrative that when persons of color speaks passionately, that it's taken or processed as anger. And so I want to make that very clear that I didn't find that anyone on this committee was angry today. I thought that the dialogue was very intellectually stimulating, and that's what committees do when they are managing $500,000 and $1 million. So I want to make that to be publicly noted, and we'll work privately to address some of the concerns as it relates to these deliverables and what's being said in these comments and the way they're being reported. Thanks again.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And let me be clear that I am fully supportive of every member of this community and this council and this body and this committee itself. I think that debate is important. If it gets spirited, that's fine with me. I didn't take it as spirited either. I think we just had constructive criticism today, and I took it as such. So know that as your chair, I hear all of you and hear all of your concerns, and constantly labor to do that. So that's something that I'm not just committed to in this instance or these instances of these activities. That's something that's in my ethos as a leader, is to hear all of you and to make sure that I'm endeavoring to do everything I can to meet the needs of our community and this council. So to that end, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for your service and your comments. Thank you, everybody, for your work today. I know this is hard work, and I know we get passionate, and I understand completely why. And I welcome discussion and discourse. And so I didn't take anything said in the last few meetings to be particularly adversarial, as much as we have work to do, and that's been made clear to me. And so please understand that. I hear everyone, and we will work in every way we possibly can to improve the way we carry out our business.
Randall, you do have another comment.
Yes. Can you read it?
From Karan Corley. She asked, can we please add cultural competence and racial profiling as training for the council, staff, agencies, and public?
Noted. Ms. Corley.
She also stated she wholeheartedly agrees with Dr. McKee's comment. The fact that we have to inform anyone that we are not upset exhibit the need for this training.
Okay. We need to move into discussion of potential projects. So we know what's before us and we know what's spent. The question now before us needs to be, do we have any ideas or any concepts for projects, new projects for the coming fiscal year?
So before you should be the recommendations that were from the standing committees.
Mm-hmm.
So these were recommendations for their new or continuing activities.
So some of these are continuing. It's not just new.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have any idea which ones are new?
Let's see.
Number 3 under education and employment is an education on specifically for COVID. Oh, thank you. You read my mind. So I don't know if, cause I don't know. And then I did notice go up. So, okay, but it's not new, but the providers, like 2.1, but I think we have that covered. None of these recommendations. Excuse me, can we edit that out?
Can you keep going, Jill?
2.1. Like, I know we covered health, but this says to specifically create a list of and put it on the LDH website. And I know that this specific recommendation wasn't on the 2022 plan. And then again, I don't know, because now I can't remember, because I think, am I blabbing? Am I making any sense? No.
As it relates to
I
these objectives, what I'm wondering openly, staff, is what of these are new? What of these are we not already doing in some way?
Well, we don't have any initiatives regarding housing, which was a new objective that was created.
Right.
Okay. And then the first one under self-determination is a lot more specific than what we wrote in the 22 plan.
Correct.
And then I agree, housing and education number 3, I believe, is specific to COVID. And then I think everything else seems to be covered.
So to go back up to self-determination goals, Courtney, or recommendations. Number one, which would be objective 2.1, to create a list by region to be posted to the council and the Department of Health's websites. This should include providers, preventive health, prevention and chronic disease services, dental. I know there's already an initiative with the dental that's being done by the task force, and they've asked us to sign on with that. And I think we could do that at no cost. And so, no dollar cost to us. That's work that's already being done. We could collaborate with and are being asked to collaborate with. So, I think that's something I can do today on that front. In terms of providing the list, Courtney, do you think that will have a financial component to it, or isn't that just something we can do as an activity in house?
Being that the majority of that information would have to come from LDH, I think maybe advocate for a list of providers by region to be posted and have
Okay.
LDH create it, since
Yeah,
it's a list of
which
their
again,
providers.
understood. But what cost would that have for us in terms of budget?
If we're advocating and if we're asking LDH to create this, then there's no cost.
That's my point. And so I think that's one that we could do at no cost and get achieved fairly quickly with collaboration with LDH.
Okay, so is this something that we're wanting to add? Is this a new activity? Or am I just making that assumption?
I mean, it's a recommendation from a standing committee and it has no cost involved. And I think that it's something we could do fairly easily. Do you agree? Because we're essentially be asking for the LDH to create the list.
Correct. So I guess I'm asking for other committee members. I don't want to make the decision or recommendation.
No, I mean, I'm leaving it open to committee, but I'm just trying to get this met, and I think this doesn't have a financial component. So I think we can do this without a financial component attached. That's my point. And
I
so,
support the recommendation. I mean, there's no money tied to it, so
Right.
why not? So I
Right.
support that recommendation from Jill and the committee members. Yeah.
so we're in agreement to add this as a new activity as per recommendation from our self-determination and inclusion committee.
Yes.
Do I have any objections to creating this as a new activity as suggested by the self-determination and community inclusion committee? Any committee member object? So that becomes a new activity under non-contractual, right, Courtney?
Correct. Oh. Any language? Oh, can you see? I'm sorry, y'all might not be able to see. Hold on just a moment. Okay, so I'm going to have to leave the recommendations from the standing committees page to share the action plan. So
Okay.
bear with me. Okay, so this activity 2.1.6 was what was just added. Is there any language change recommended?
I think we're good.
Looks good. Courtney, I agree.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So then let's look at the next recommendation that committee made. So the second recommendation from the Self-Determination Community Inclusion Committee was to establish an initiative to educate first responders and direct support professionals on how to treat individuals with disabilities in an unbiased manner. I think we're actually already covering the first responder part of that.
We are.
But we don't have anything for establishing training for direct support professionals. Is that something that we want to do this year, or?
Is that something we can look at this year, how we can best go about doing that? Because I think you're going to have to produce some kind of training materials perhaps on that.
Right, that would be a cost. This would be a cost.
Yes. But it would also, we'd also have to determine, before we could determine cost, we have to determine what's needed or what we want to do in terms of how we meet that goal with deliverables for training for the direct support professionals. So is that something we'd be comfortable to, if we're looking at like a flow chart, is that something we look at next year? Do we take into consideration to research and look into ways to
I'm thinking because of the financial constraints, Mr. Chair, it might be best to try to move that, because we are covering the first responders.
Yes.
As it stands right now, I'm just hoping that, we're doing good by the public by moving that.
And so next year we could make where first responders is being touched now and being done. Next year the focus can be direct support professionals and trainings for them.
You mean for Action Plan 2023?
For Action Plan 2023.
Okay.
I think Bambi had a question about 2.1.6. I know she's trying to fix some audio issues. I don't know if she's been able to do that.
2.1.6. Okay.
The one we just did.
It's just the one we just added from.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can, Bambi.
I do.
You have
I
the
know
floor.
what's going on. I apologize for continued audio issues. And I may have missed something on 2.1.6, but doesn't that already exist on the LDH website? I was just doing some searching. You used to could search for providers by region. Are y'all talking about something more than what they already have?
That was Jill's recommendation. I think she was asking for more clarity and transparency. And then it was also not financially tied. It was something that was free, but she's on. Jill can probably speak to it.
Right. Actually, it's stems from a recommendation from our self-determination committee.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
And so this was language they asked us to adopt. And again, this has no financial component. And Bambi, you're right. They do already provide some of this information on the website. And so wherever that's the case, we're just making commitment in our activity to make sure that it's produced and then disseminated. So if it's already there, we would do a better job at disseminating and make it known to our community that it's there. The information is there, how to access it. Any other questions?
Okay. If we're moving on, then the third recommendation from the Self-Determination Community Inclusion Committee was on establishing an initiative to address discrimination in housing for people with disabilities.
Right. Which I think we can all agree is important. Is there a way we can do this in a cost neutral kind of way this year and then continue that, because it's a huge project and a huge need. So
My
I think
recommendation would be, since this is the first time the council's trying to do something with this activity, is let the first year of this be conduct research and investigation so that we can maybe make contact with all the appropriate entities that would have services related to housing.
I know there are many, let me say before you move on, there are many entities that provide housing or some housing assistance to our population here across Louisiana. So I think that's wise and pertinent to have the staff research how best we can craft future work and future activities to better meet the need. And so I think this would be a good time to add that as research for this year, for us to again suggest this be moved forward to the 2023 plan with those suggestions being analyzed and information gathered being assessed at that time.
Randall, Kelly Monroe has her hand raised.
Yes, Kelly, you have the floor.
Hey, I just wanted to remind you guys that GACTA has a housing committee that Sharon Hennessy chairs with People First, and they're always looking for people to help participate in those committees. And so maybe the first year, people from maybe someone from the council or some board members may want to participate on that committee to see what's going on.
Yes,
That's all.
thank you. Thank you. That'd be perfect. Because what we don't want to do is do duplication of effort, where we can collaborate with efforts on this front that may already be ongoing. We certainly want to be able to do that and to produce work that is going to be meaningful. I think research is required on this.
Brenda also has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Oh, Chair, just clarification. Did Ms. Monroe just say GACTA? And if she did, could she explain that acronym for the public? Thank you.
She did say GACTA. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I can that's the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs. This is Bambi, and that's the council that advises for our office. And Kelly is right. Housing is really difficult to learn how to navigate because the system is really complex at different levels, but we work really closely with LHC, Louisiana Housing Corp. And so I totally agree with Courtney's recommendation as well as Kelly's recommendation that those are good recommendations that we should move forward on.
I agree. Thank you, Bambi.
And anybody wants to know about those committees with GACTA, with the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs, just reach out to me and I can put you on our email list and give you more information.
And when you do your report, Bambi, for us at the April meeting, could you mention how our members could get involved with GACTA or be involved with that committee's work?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What it's government. Say that again.
GACTA, The acronym for
Sorry, I was talking too fast. GACDA. It's GACDA. GACDA, which stands for the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs. I'll put it in the chat too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So if we are moving right along,
We are.
the next recommendation is from the Education and Employment Committee, and it's regarding education. The first one states to building capacity in higher education institutions for those individuals providing services to special education students, traditional and special education teachers and service providers, including ongoing support, for example, high quality ongoing teacher education.
Okay, so is there effort being made that we're aware of by the department or any community entities in this regard already? In some way?
I believe the Department of Education is currently trying to pursue some continuing education or some more credentialing for special education instructors and maybe even paraprofessionals. So
I can't see on the screen what you're talking about. It's you to scroll up maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
So number one was what I just read off.
Right. And so in doing that, again, I'll ask the question, does that have a financial component for us to do? Or is there somewhere where this is being done in some way already where we can collaborate?
And I'll reiterate that I believe the Department of Education is trying to do something about this for the next school year. If we're wanting to build capacity, that usually means training, which is a cost. But if we're just wanting to make sure that these professionals get certified or get the high quality continuing education, then that's a no cost. That's advocating for, that's asking them what they're doing.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we, since we don't appear to know exactly what the department is doing in this arena, and we agree it's important, why don't we commit to reach out, find out what they're doing, how they want to do it, and find out what ways we can collaborate with them on this, and then where we can build capacity again next year or any part of our 5-year plan coming up. We can commit to that as needed. But I think, again, this is another issue we need to research and get involved where we can, where efforts may be already ongoing. We don't want duplication of effort.
Bambi has her hand raised.
Yes, Bambi.
I feel like the first component has to do with us doing some outreach to our higher education institutions. Correct. And they have to have the programs in place, and because there's some of the, like our low incidence disabilities, teachers of low incidence disabilities they don't have the training programs. So that's another component. It's not just through the Department of Education.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. But again, as Bambi rightly mentioned, these are ongoing programs at higher education institutions, correct? And so I think if we can find ways we can collaborate with those existing structures and entities, I think then we can discuss how best to build capacity, how best to help build the capacity once we better understand what our partners out there are doing on the topic.
My God.
Okay, so on point 2 of education and employment, advocating and providing input, on high impact systems that can be used to leverage best practices around IEPs and enable each member to fully participate as members of the IEP team. Again, I asked Courtney, is this part of an effort that we're already part of in our work? Or that some entity, sister entity we're aware of is doing in some way?
I was typing up the other activity. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So leverage best practices.
I'll give you a moment.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It seems like we may be addressing this in the other activity that we have.
I think we are, or at least to a large extent, I think we are. It sounds like it in the language.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, before moving on to the next activity, do you mind if I finish the other activity?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Oh goodness, what happened? Let me stop. So you can see what I'm doing.
Just let everyone know in the chat, Bambi shared information about the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Bambi, for that share.
There's also a link in there to some of the public documents.
Thank you.
You have language recommendations, please feel free.
I think it's good. Any comments or suggestions as it relates to activity 3.1.8? Conduct outreach with appropriate entities on current services and training opportunities for traditional and special education teachers, including ongoing support, i.e. high quality ongoing teacher education, which may lead to capacity building efforts to increase high quality educators. Does anyone object to the activity or the language of the activity?
All right. So now back to the recommendations.
We're on recommendation 2, correct?
Correct.
Which is advocating for and providing input on high impact systems that can be used to leverage best practice around IEPs and enable each member to fully participate as members of the IEP team. And again, I ask what I asked earlier, is this part of something we have already begun to address in the current plan, or do we know of efforts being made by any entities to address this same issue?
Well, we currently have activity 3.1.3 on the 2022 plan that states advocate for support structure in school systems that assures adequate understanding and skill to develop and implement IEPs and increased infrastructure of training and technical assistance provided to parents and schools simultaneously.
So it meets this need primarily.
Although it doesn't state it verbatim, I believe it's
broad enough to encompass it. Do you not?
Correct.
Okay,
but again,
so
that's the committee's decision.
Yeah. But I think the way we have the activity already worded to this point, I think covers this.
Rhonda Corley has her hand raised.
Yes, Rhonda, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm just curious as to if this would be a duplication of services, if we address that. And don't get me wrong, I believe that it is very imperative that we do educate parents in regards to IEPs, and everything that they should include in an IEP. However, are we taking away something that Families Helping Families actually have in their contract that they actually address as it relates to the DDC? So I just want us to be mindful of that, because if so, then what will we be doing then besides duplicating the service?
Well, great point. And I think to that end, I think we could reach out to our centers and see if they could help us provide, or we could help them push out information as it relates to this topic, perhaps. I mean, again, this is something I think we can do at no cost or low cost to us if as it's determined the need is there. And we have the activity, I believe, that already covers it. So I think we're good with number 2. I think it is a duplication of effort in some ways, and it's already being covered in our plan. So I would say that 2 has been met, not directly, but certainly indirectly.
Okay, because if I can continue to have the floor, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just
Yes,
because you
may.
had interrupted. I think that it would be prudent of us to kind of consider some of the legislation that is actually being proposed, like mandatory kindergarten and what that would look like. I think that that would be more something that we should actually focus our attention on, as far as instead of, if we're going to address IEPs, then like Ms. Hano had recommended before, covering the aspects that are not covered by our families, helping families contracts, such as OCR complaints, et cetera,
Understood.
those options instead of, the actual IEP, because I do know that that's something our parent training center and the FHFs actually.
Well, I think our current language would allow, and the current plan would allow us to cover all of it fairly well and fairly easily. And so I don't know that we need to add this particular number 2 point specifically to the plan. I think it's covered already.
Ms. Polizzola has her hand raised.
Yes, Bambi.
Yeah, I don't think this is a duplication of effort. I mean, Families Helping Families has a contract with have contracts with the Department of Education, and they provide like services. But what this is saying is that we're advocating for people for best practices, and that families can fully participate as members of the IEP team. And so what this actually does level, whereas Families Helping Families are the ones implementing the work on the ground. This is the higher level of making sure that it remains funded, and that we're advocating at the state level that they're doing their trainings and their information sharing with the school districts around this. So I think that's two different things. I'm not saying that we need to add it, that it needs to be changed to what we already have, but just a distinction that it is two different things. That
Thank you for that point of clarity, Bambi. Thank you for that point of clarity. But I do think the way the current plan is written, it would very much allow for this as well to happen. So I'm not sure that we would need to add another separate activity for it, as much as we're aware it exists and it's needed, and we have the language already written as to provide the staff the ability to intercede here and work toward this as deemed necessary. I think the language is already there in the plan. Does anyone disagree? And we'll move on. So to point 3, advocate for educational systems change based on emergent education issues that present themselves during the federal fiscal year of 2022, i.e. children getting services during the global pandemic and anything else that might arise.
Right. So we already have that as activity 3.1.6.
Yes. Yes. So that's been addressed.
Also, the number 4 recommendation has also been addressed.
Right.
However, it does add language at the end of it to state specifically regarding the charter compacts. So do we want to just add that phrase to our activity that we already have?
Yes, I would. That would be my recommendation. Yes.
Okay. Let me add that real quick. And then we also already have number 5 on the plan as well.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the next activity is all about, or the next round of activities are all about employment.
Yeah.
So that first one reads, advocate for access to LRS pre-employment transition services within school districts for all students with disabilities.
And this is part of what we're currently, part of our current plan, is it not?
No, it is not.
Okay.
This is about LRS pre-employment transition services.
Randall Hyacinth has her hand raised.
Yes, Hyacinth, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, folks. I believe that we moved right to employment, and I had a question about education. I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
And I will be brief. I'm noticing that whenever we talk about education, and I'm no longer on that committee, but I'm noticing that we're not inclusive of post-secondary opportunities. I'm just concerned that we're not doing cradle to college like we should be. And so I do see a lot of the, but there's nothing in it, being that we have a contractual relationship with post-secondary. I'm just noticing that we're missing that in our education goal. Education activities. So thanks, Courtney. Maybe you can speak to that. Thanks.
So actually that's what number 1 and number 2 are about, is to try to bridge that gap between secondary education and post-secondary education. And it does involve LRS. So that's why.
So we're gonna do it under objective. Are we gonna do it under employment? Go back up, Courtney, because I'm not registering.
Sure.
But we're not saying clearly post-secondary in any of this language, and that's what I think is missing. Like nothing here implies post-secondary. And I just want to press that upon the committee. We do have a contract with post-secondary alliances. I just feel like we need to have something in there that says post-secondary. Like, it needs to be.
Sure. So I think we can just do a language clarification.
Yeah, just if we can, make sure it's stated in there.
Right.
Yes.
And we can actually include that specific language in, like I said, one of these 2 activities. Absolutely.
Yes, that's what I think we should do.
Yeah.
Okay, so included it in employment, not education, right? That's what you're saying, Courtney?
I mean, they're just under different objectives. They're still under the same goal. So the same committee will be hearing these.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, because I just want us to start thinking post high school for people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I don't think that number 1, that's not a cost initiative. So we can definitely add that to the plan, and we will include post-secondary education. Hold on, let me get to.
Bambi has a comment. She asked, do we not already have a goal? What goal is the pie being funded under?
The Alliance is under education, since it's specifically relating to post-secondary inclusive education programs. But post-secondary can be vocational. I mean, it's not just another educational setting. It can, so I think that's why Dr. Hyacinth wanted to bridge the gap. Once they leave secondary education settings, what are they transitioning into? That's why they call it transition services. Okay, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
This is Bambi. I'm not sure I understand. We already have a goal about post-secondary education, and for that goal, we are funding LAPI. So I think that addresses what Dr. Hyacinth was saying, or is that not correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
What did I do? I'm sorry, y'all go ahead.
She was asking for us to include post-secondary in the language of the objective for the plan.
Oh, I thought she meant I was going to add it to the activity that we're about to add.
I mean, I'm sorry, the activity. Yes, that's what I meant. Activity.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's truly a language that we're adjusting, Ben.
Why is it doing this?
Dr. McKay, I think we lost your audio. I'm sorry. But I think to Dr. McKee's point, she's wanting the language of post-secondary added into the activity, since it is something we're doing.
Right, let me stop my share, restart. Can everyone see the new activity that was just added? Oh, my computer.
Where is the activity that we fund LaPi? What activity is that? I guess that's my confusion. Okay. So that's an activity. Okay, very specific. Okay, what activity are you adding? Can you go back to that one? Okay, so that doesn't make sense. So you're advocating for access to post-secondary opportunities within school districts. So what does that mean?
So I can add clarification.
Go ahead.
Yes,
I
please.
can try to add clarification because my internet went out. I think that we're at a place now, Bambi, where we need to offer language where everyone understands what their options are made available to them, particularly to students who are exiting high school. You and I may be able to look at this document and see transition services. And to be frankly honest with you, not all school systems are even implementing proper transition services to students. And so I think we're at a place now where we are in terms of advocacy, making sure that when we write up documents, we include language that people are informed what's out there for them. And so having this activity to specifically speak to our ability to help them access all post-secondary opportunities and state it that way makes it helpful for the reader to know what we're offering to them. And so that's why I'm asking for us to start using language that people can attach themselves to and understand.
And I totally agree with that, but what this is saying is not, to me, it's not that. It's an advocate for access to post-secondary opportunities within school districts. So how are you getting access to post-secondary within the school district? Because school districts are K through 12 is what I interpret that to be. So maybe it needs to be worded a different way, unless you're talking about dual enrollment, where you're taking college courses on a school campus. So maybe
dual enrollment could be an opportunity, but I think that maybe we should word it in a way that those individuals, those students get that information while they're in high school, right? Not wait till they graduate and they don't know. So advocating for access to information on post-secondary opportunities and LRS. I mean, if you want to put the word information, but the issue is like Courtney's saying, trying to bridge that gap, and we need to be able to let people see that we're bridging that. So if the word information needs to go in there, that's fine. But the word post-secondary, specifically access to opportunities to put them in employment that's meaningful, right? And that actually pays them good money, needs to be part of that. And that involves university access as well. So maybe if you want to put the word information, it's fine with me, as long as post-secondary opportunities or post-secondary is in there. I'm good with it.
It's there. The language is there.
Ms. Palazola, is there other language recommendations you have for this activity?
I mean, I think it would be clear if it was advocate for information to post-secondary, or information about post-secondary opportunities and access to LRS.
Okay. Can everyone see that change? Okay, I'll just read it aloud just to make sure. Advocate for information on post-secondary opportunities and access to LRS pre-employment transition services within school districts for all students with disabilities.
I'm thinking Bambi is concerned with the word within. Is that the word you're kind of like hanging on, Bambi? Or are you okay with that? The face is frozen. I don't know if it's mine or y'all.
No, it was kind of, I was just sitting there looking and thinking for a while.
I was like, I could kind of see her turning head, like when the word within came out, I was like, I wonder if it's the word within. But
I think this makes sense.
Okay. All right.
Because you want information within the school district to be giving about these opportunities within the school district.
School district, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great.
Okay. The next activity that the Education and Employment Committee recommended is to provide education to families about what LRS transition services are available and how to access them. And then they had a caveat to that: advocate for increased LRS counselor positions, including administrative, legislative, and funding efforts.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take a break for a second to do something. Okay, and so again, I'll ask, is this something we're currently covering, or we're aware someone else is covering or attempting to cover in some way?
This is not being covered by the councils as of yet.
Okay, and so let me ask this question. It says advocate, so is there any cost attached?
For the caveat where it says advocate for increased LRS counselor positions, that is a no cost.
Right.
With providing education to families about LRS transition services.
Is that something we could cover in the video?
That's what I was,
I'm starting to get on your wavelength after so many hours. But I think that's definitely something we could cover in the video portion.
All right, so if y'all will bear with me, I will separate this ask real quick, and then I'll share the document. So for the video, do we want to do a video just on LRS services and how to access them, or do we want to be specific just to transition?
Could you do a video, one for each?
Okay.
I think both are important.
Okay.
Brenda also has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Oh, I don't see what Ms. Courtney is talking about. I don't see the document.
And she's going to put it up. She hasn't finished wording it. She's going to put it up on the screen as soon as she's finished with the language change. There it is.
Yeah.
And
so I just, go ahead.
The question that she just asked, I do concur that we need both. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just added language to activity 1.1.5 to include LRS services, especially transition, and how to access those services. Okay, and then for their funding, we also just added activity 3.2.8, which states to advocate for increased LRS, and I guess I need to spell that out, counselor positions, including administrative, legislative, and funding efforts.
Thank
you. Brenda has her hand raised, and we have a comment in the chat.
Read the comment in the chat, and then I'll give Brenda the floor, please.
From Dr. Hyacinth McKee says, when speaking to the video contractor, can we include success stories as per Liz of individuals who have utilized LRS for employment and college access?
Thank you for the suggestion, Madam Vice Chair, and it is noted. Now, Brenda, you have the floor.
Yes. What is the it can be done?
That was actually just a phrase that Miss Liz Gary stated about having kind of like a series of videos on successes in the educational outcomes, successes in inclusive employment, just demonstrating that people with developmental disabilities, that it can be done. So when she said that, I said that sounded like a slogan.
These things can be achieved.
Mm-hmm. It can be, okay, so that's what we're calling it?
Well, that's just the catchphrase that we put in to remind us what the intent is.
Okay, I would also, I'm thinking it is abstract, and I know the videos would and the visual materials, if there is some, would explain it, but it can be done. You can do it, personalizes it.
Thank you for the suggestion.
I would shy away from just using the phrase "you can do it," because that catchphrase is also a movie quote. It's a line from a movie, which actually was filmed in Louisiana, but I
Okay.
don't want to use that particular phrase.
Okay.
But if we add it to "it can be done" and "you can do it," then that should be sufficient.
Oh,
There we
yes.
go.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Okay, so is everyone in agreement with the wording?
Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
Trying to move us along here. All right. What was the next recommendation? Okay, so the next recommendation from that committee was to share employment videos featuring individuals with developmental disabilities on their jobs. So I think we're covering that.
I think we're covering that as well, yes.
And then 4 was to advocate for systems change based on emergent employment issues. We've already got that listed. And then the last one was support efforts to examine the effectiveness of the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program.
Interesting.
So I don't know what support efforts would entail.
But I think that would require us to research what efforts are ongoing if we don't already know. And again, sounds like this is a collaborative effort. If in fact there are efforts already ongoing, this is a potential collaborative effort, it looks like.
So what do you want the activity to specify that it's going to do? Conduct outreach, conduct research, advocate,
Well, they recommend advocate in their recommendation, correct?
Well, it just said support efforts. It didn't specify how.
Okay. Well, the first thing we got to do is research it. If we don't know what support means, we don't know how to do it, do we? So the first thing we got to do is find out what's meant by support efforts, because that implies that there's already something ongoing that we need to support. And so we need to figure out what that is and how we can do it. And then from there, I would say advocate, because that's what we do best through the CAN and such. So, first things first, I think we need to determine what's meant by support efforts. And then once we determine that, I think if there's a need, certainly to advocate. If anything more needs to be done, I think, again, there's room in future plans to carry that out.
Examine the effectiveness. Okay. Any comments on the language of that activity? Can everyone see it?
I can see it. I think we can see it.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Chairman, can we read that new activity, please?
We certainly can. It's activity 3.2.9, and it's to conduct research to examine the effectiveness and advocate for support efforts
Oh,
of the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program. So we're all in agreement with that language and that activity as it's written.
Yes, it looks good to me.
Thank you. Let me put it another way so I make sure we encompass everything. Does anyone object to this activity in its language? Hearing no objection, I think we can move forward.
okay. Well, actually, that is, I believe that is all of the recommendations from both of the standing committees.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
it is.
they were thorough.
Yep.
And I thank them for their work.
Okay.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda.
Did we have any recommendations from the public?
We've had some we've worked into these goals throughout the process. Yes.
All right. Correct. Correct.
I'm
Ms. Casa, are you still with us?
I meant
I think our audio is breaking up.
in the chat.
Those that we've gotten, we have implemented.
No, I think she was asking about the chat for right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the chat right now.
Okay. Thank you for that, Brenda.
Okay. See. Oh, sorry, guys. Seemed like we had moved voting. So yeah, I got to renumber these. All right, so then if
Brenda's hand is raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
I think we might be at the end. So it looks like we did not have to, or we didn't have to reduce any more of the contractual funding. But I also wanted to know from the other 2 days, what, so do we have wording that says we want this, is it in their contract for the current contract holders to continue?
Yes. I mean, and unless we specify otherwise, then that's typically what we have done is the contracts that are currently in place continue unless we specify otherwise.
Well, is it appropriate for us to put that down? Is it already written? I know we met 2 days before. Is it already written somewhere, Ms. Courtney? So that when we bring it to the full council, they will understand that that's a recommendation from the committee and that it's not going to go out for bid again for 2022. Is that what we're saying?
actually, I think I may be sharing the screen where there was a motion that was previously passed. So I have that motion on the screen. Would you like for me to read that, Ms. Kase?
Yes.
Let's please read it.
Okay. So that motion was for full council consideration on continuing FFY 2021 activity 2.7.4, but to request new contract proposals with a scoring preference if emphasized on in-state organizations. So that particular motion was specifically to ask for new contracts regarding the emergency preparedness training activity.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Okay. Okay, so, okay, activity 2.7.4. Okay, so that's only for them. I thought we were
This
saying.
motion is for that particular activity, yes.
Right.
We had discussion and heard from some of the contract holders on the other days and today about whether they would need more funding to continue their contracts in FFY 2022. We only made that motion for one of them.
Correct.
Correct. Hyacinth, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I thought I entertained a motion earlier, but we've been on here so long
Yes.
that honestly, I'm trying to. The motion that I want to entertain, if we are, Mr. Chair, if we are entertaining motions, I would like to make, put forth a motion to add, but if not, that's okay. But I think I needed some clarification because I was absent at the last meeting, but why are we only singling out 2.7.4? Well, that contract, what was the reasoning behind that? And if we can't go back to that, I respect that. I'm fine. I'll move. But why are we just only singling out that contract?
Let me go ahead and give you a brief synopsis of what I can remember of that debate. And it was brought up by Bambi and I believe by Liz that we have companies in state that are doing that very thing. And being that we are the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council, we want to give opportunities for Louisiana companies to compete for that contract. Was their thinking, and then they can correct me if I'm wrong because they're here on the call. But that's what I remember of the discussion for that particular motion.
I can add to that. What my point was that I actually spoke to the contractor and was wanting to be able to support whatever work they were doing, and basically everything that the contractor was doing were things that were already being done in the state. Right. And I offered recommendations of maybe some areas that could be addressed. People people who spoke different languages. That type of thing. Maybe this person will address that, but all the other things that were address it in a better way than it has been addressed. But everything else were basically things that are already being done. And the other component of that is that the discussion was that people in Louisiana, we have experienced every type of disaster and have the expertise of disasters over and over. We're in perpetual disaster mode. And so that we have the experience to know how to navigate these systems in Louisiana from a Louisiana component. And I mean, I think also the comment was made, it just kind of seems strange to have someone from New York to tell people from Louisiana how to deal with disasters. We're already doing that work here.
So, okay, I get your point on that, Bambi. So I see why y'all discussed that. My concern would be, what would that preference look like? See, my concern when I hear the word preference, then it kind of leans me towards privilege, and then privilege makes me uncomfortable. And so I want to be mindful of what preference means, because if I said that I wanted to get all of these contracts reviewed and revisited to ensure that preference is given to people of color, then this conversation would end with people getting concerned that I'm using the word preference based. So if it's okay for us to use preference on demographic, my concern is it okay for us to use preference on culture, ethnicity, race? And so I need some clarity, because I don't want it to appear that we are not being conscientious across the board. And I get that. I mean, we have experience in hurricane. I mean, I get it. But we need to, when we say preference, that, people, that's subjective, and I need to know what that preference looks like. And so I wasn't here. So I mean, if this is being brought before the full council, I get it. But I will be making a comment at the full council about my concern about what preference actually looks like. Because if that's the case, all of these contracts need to be looked at again,
Well,
and preference needs to be
if you've
altered.
raised it here, let's address it here, so that you may or may not have to address it to the full council. So, you weren't present at the last meeting when this was done, so you're within your right to question it, and that's certainly something we can discuss now as far as revisiting the motion.
So yeah, I mean, I respect the committee as a whole and their position, because I know they've been working hard on this. So I don't want to appear like I'm not being considerate of the work that's been done, but I'm not comfortable with preference if I'm not clear of what preference looks like. And what does that look like? Preference. I don't know what that is. That privilege? I mean, I don't know. Privilege based on demographical residency. I mean, I need clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Bambi spoke to intent on making sure that Louisiana companies had that are doing the work had the opportunity to be considered, because we are doing the work already. So I think it relates to demographic in terms of in-state companies who are doing the work is what I believe the intent is to make sure we include everyone, but that we say at the outset, we're looking for companies that do it in our state, since we are the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. I think that's the intent here, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I see the intent. I mean, I get it. I mean, we're not the only people that, but we need to be cautious of what preference. What is that?
I think what like basically whatever the scoring rubric is, like maybe 1 point for being an in-state organization. Like that's what I interpreted whenever. And I don't think like these were actually my language. It was kind of wordsmithed. It was amended, and I just
it was
agreed
amended. It was wordsmith. So this is not your verbatim language. I'll make that clear. But I'm just trying
mine
to
was just to request new contract proposals from in-state organizations.
Correct. And then we decided to make it clear that we wanted to give some form of preference, as it were, to in-state organizations who are already doing the work, is what I understood.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Oh no, she muted herself. Ms. Kase, you're muted. There we go.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you. It's like a whisper.
Okay. Well, two quick things. One, in the other 2 days, did we address any cultural diversity and cultural competence? And in regards to this, I'm still not getting an understanding of how we're not going to give the current contract holder of activity 2.7.4. The current contract holder won't be doing it.
They can apply to receive the contract, but we're stating that we're putting it back out there so that Louisiana companies that are doing the same work can put in a proposal as well. But certainly this contract holder could apply, and I would expect will apply.
Okay, so for all our other contracts, what I asked for was, where is the language that says that we are extending those contracts for another year into FY22? Where is that? If it's not going out for bid, let me see, what do y'all say?
Correct. And if we're not requesting it to be
proposals, if we're not going to request new contract proposals, where are we stating that for all of the other contracts? Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, would you like to address her concern there?
So are we talking about contract language that's wanting to be specified?
She wants to know, from what I understand, Brenda wants to know where's the language where these contractors are automatically continuing into the coming year? Or is there language?
There's no document that states that the contracts are not continuing unless the council wants to approve the same initiative for another year. Then a new contract is written. So there's no language in any contracts that states that this contractor will be funded for multiple years. Unless it was the LaPi Alliance initiative, that one was created on the understanding that the contract holder would hold that contract for 2 years. So that's the only contract that we have where there's an understanding that the contract is for multiple years. Otherwise, the staff does not write contracts for multiple years. So if we're
it's given annually. So I think what her point may be is why aren't we putting out requests for proposals on all of these this year? Like we're doing it in this case. Why aren't we doing it in all the cases of contracts we're holding for the year?
And I think that was part of the discussion as to why this motion came about, was to intentionally ensure that a new solicitation of proposals went out for that activity.
Yes, for this activity.
Right.
But I think,
it was during a conversation of do we do it for all? But the committee chose to just make a motion for this one.
Right. Correct.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Yes, Brenda, you have the floor.
Ms. Kase, you're muted.
Okay. So say that again, Miss Courtney. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
So there was a discussion on one of the previous days, and again, I can't remember if it was day 1 or day 2, where we were asked about how contracts continue. And I think we were getting on the topic of this particular initiative. And although the answer was we don't traditionally have language in the contracts to continue for multiple years, if you guys want to ensure that a contract that you're wanting to continue the same activity for goes out for a resolicitation of proposals, then that's how this motion came about. Did I freeze? Oh, no. Okay.
No, we hear you.
Sometimes it looks like my screen freezes. I don't know.
FY22 recommendations we doing step for this.
Ms. Kase, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
So we have to put all the other ones out for bid again. We give them new contracts.
No, ma'am.
No.
We would just be putting this one out for bid. And I already get it back up.
If this is approved, if this plan is approved, then all the contractors that are currently doing the activities, because we never got to new, we never discussed any new. And so these are just activities that are already being done by these contractors. And so unless we specified, which we specified in that one particular case, then we are recommending that they continue for the coming year at the rates you see listed and with the language you see listed for each activity. In this one case, we singled out because it was felt that there are Louisiana entities already doing this work that we wanted to give opportunity to for that contract in particular.
Okay, so where in the contracts that we currently have does it say that they can continue for FF 2022?
We write new contracts.
There's brand new contracts with every contractor every year.
Okay. I think I might have to call Ms. Courtney and maybe she can explain.
She's saying that she might have to call you and get more clarification on the process, Courtney.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And I think that would be advisable to contact and talk about the process.
Okay. Can staff help me out and determine if we still have a quorum? Because I believe we have lost a couple of members.
You have 5 members on video, including Randall.
Okay, then we still have a quorum.
Okay, good. But we really need to wrap this up, y'all. And I know this is tough work and hard decisions, but I mean, we've been at this for hours and days, and it's not going to get any easier. And I have an appointment here in about another hour. So I mean, we have got to really make some choices.
Well,
so
actually, I believe all that is left is just to review the draft of the plan and to continue getting public comment and then to adjourn.
Okay, then let's proceed. Was there another motion we made since there were absences? There were 2 motions made from previous days.
There was an original motion and then that motion got amended. So that's why there's
2. Okay. I want to make sure that everyone knew about it.
all right. Let me save this. Okay, so I guess just I'll scroll down slowly so that everyone can see. Okay. I'll stop here. Would you like for me to just read the activities?
If you would, please. I would really appreciate it.
Okay. So here we go for the FFY 2022 action plan for the DD Council. Activity 1.1.1 is to provide financial support and technical assistance for partners in policymaking and its alumni network at a cost of $90,000. And I'll go back in and just put, the approximate cost like we normally do on our plans.
Right.
Activity 1.1.2, provide financial support and information, training, technical assistance, and leadership to a grassroots network of individuals with developmental disabilities and their family members of individuals with developmental disabilities to effectively educate policymakers on the development/improvement of programs and services for people with developmental disabilities at a cost of $215,000. Activity 1.1.3, facilitate and support diverse advocacy events, including but not limited to legislative roundtables towards training, services, and policies that will benefit individuals with developmental disabilities at a cost of $30,000. Activity 1.1.4, provide financial support from the entirety of state general funds and technical assistance to 9 Families Helping Families regional resource centers across the state. Activity 1.1.5, produce and disseminate videos and other visual materials featuring information important to individuals with developmental disabilities and their families regarding but not limited to the following topics: accessible housing, COVID-19 issues, IEP guidance, successful educational outcomes and inclusive employment, and other demonstrations of it can be done and you can do it in all aspects of inclusive living, partners in policymaking, assistive technology, inclusive after-school and recreational activities, the ADA, the DD Act, civil rights, and IDEA and dispute resolutions, voting rights and accessible options, LRS services, especially transition, and how to access those services at a cost of $51,000. Activity 1.1.6, provide financial support for promotion, awareness, training, and support in the implementation of supported decision-making at a cost of $50,000. Activity 1.1.7, produce and provide information important to individuals with developmental disabilities and their families through a variety of electronic and social media, which is typically the council's website, Facebook, and LADDC News. Activity 1.1.8 is to advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, improved practices to facilitate stakeholder input, and consideration of stakeholder recommendations. Activity 1.2.1, provide technical assistance and training opportunities designed to strengthen the self-advocacy network and the effectiveness of its systems change activities, and promote self-advocacy participation in training of other self-advocates in leadership positions. Activity 1.2.2, provide information and support for participation of individuals with developmental disabilities and their families in cross-disability and culturally diverse leadership coalitions and advisory bodies. Activity 1.2.3, support council members in participation in council meetings and other functions. Activity 1.2.4, support council members' participation in training and educational opportunities and council leadership's participation in national training network events and advocacy opportunities at a cost of $7,000. Activity 2.1.1. Provide information and financial support to coordinate rapid response during a natural disaster or state of emergency for individuals with the most severe disabilities and medical conditions, and for human service districts, authorities, and other service entities for individuals with developmental disabilities and their families to be aware of disaster/emergency response resource entities, such as Trach Mamas, at a cost of $10,000. Advocate for adequate funding for waiver services. Oversee implementation of the Community and Family Support System Plan and advocate for adequate funding, the expansion of services, and consistent implementation of policy across regions, including, if necessary, changes in law and/or contracts with local governing entities. Activity 2.1.4. Advocate for utilization of the Row 50 pilot and other opportunities to transition out of institutional settings. Oh. Is there a reverb? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. 2.1.5. Advocate for waivers to provide access to services listed in the Freedom of Choice provider listing. Continue exemptions and flexibilities initiated with COVID-19, and consider individualized emergency preparedness considerations for people with severe disabilities and medical issues. 2.1.6, advocate for and collaborate with Louisiana Department of Health on the creation of lists of providers by region to be posted on the Council and LDH's websites. This list should include home and community-based providers, primary and specialist care providers, preventative health services, prevention of chronic disease services, dental, behavioral health, and sexual/reproductive health services. Activity 2.2.1. Provide financial support to conduct training sessions on first responder tactics, approaches, and resources in fostering relationships with and dealing with individuals with developmental disabilities, and training for people with developmental disabilities on how to interact with first responders at a cost of $50,000. Activity 2.2.2. Provide financial support to establish a training program on emergency preparedness and response relative to people with developmental disabilities at a cost of $20,000. Activity 2.2.3, publicize healthcare provider continuing education opportunities. Activity 2.2.4, advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, improved practices to facilitate stakeholder input, and consideration of stakeholder recommendations. Activity 2.3.1, conduct research and collaborate with appropriate entities to address accessibility and discrimination in housing for people with disabilities. Activity 3.1.1, provide financial support to establish a post-secondary inclusive education alliance to provide mentoring and technical assistance, host training events, and develop resources designed to build the capacity of Louisiana post-secondary institutions in providing inclusive post-secondary education opportunities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities throughout Louisiana at a cost of $40,000. 3.1.2, advocate for increased focus and capacity within Louisiana Department of Education to address special education, including specific areas/issues, for example, disability, topical, etc. Activity 3.1.3, advocate for support structure in school systems that assures adequate understanding and skill to develop and implement IEPs, and increased infrastructure of training and technical assistance provided to parents and schools simultaneously. 3.1.4, provide information and promote inclusion and acceptance of effective models of school climate and culture. 3.1.5, advocate for type 2 and type 5 charter schools to be required to meet 85% rule of enrolling students with disabilities excuse me, at rates similar to those found in traditional public schools within the same community, and advocate for and monitor equitable funding based on minimum foundation program, MFP, specifically regarding the charter compacts. 3.1.6, advocate for educational systems change based on emergent education issues. 3.1.7, advocate for increased meaningful opportunities for stakeholder input, improve practices to facilitate stakeholder input, and consideration of stakeholder recommendations. 3.1.8, conduct outreach with appropriate entities on current services and training opportunities for traditional and special education teachers, including ongoing support, for example, high quality ongoing teacher education, which may lead to capacity building efforts to increase high quality educators. Excuse me. 3.2.1, provide funding to build the capacity of employment providers in customized employment in a manner which will lead to certification through a competency-based certification program at a cost of $25,000. 3.2.2, provide financial support to conduct seminars with chambers of commerce throughout the state on the benefits of hiring people with developmental disabilities at a cost of $32,000. 3.2.3, advocate for employment support professionals to complete high quality professional development for the improvement of service provisions and employment outcomes. 3.2.4, advocate for employment providers to have access to financial incentives to support unserved and underserved populations, including people with the most substantial employment support needs in competitive, integrated, individualized employment. 3.2.5, share the benefits planning services to a variety of agencies and stakeholders. 3.2.6, advocate for systems change based on emergent employment issues. 3.2.7, advocate for information on post-secondary opportunities and access to LRS pre-employment transition services within school districts for all students with disabilities. 3.2.8, advocate for increased Louisiana, excuse me. Advocate for increased Louisiana Rehabilitation Services counselor positions, including administrative, legislative, and funding efforts. 3.2.9, conduct research to examine the effectiveness and advocate to support efforts of the Louisiana Medicaid buy-in program. And just on time, because I'm losing my voice.
Thank you for all of that, Courtney. It's appreciated. So everyone, this is the plan you have before you. So at this point, I think do we need a motion? So we need a motion to accept the plan as written.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jill. Jill makes the motion to accept the federal fiscal year 2022 action plan as it is written. Do I have a second to Jill's motion? And I need a second to the motion.
If y'all want to wait until I get language on there, that's fine.
Okay, yes, let's do that.
Motion. So just, I guess, to give some more clarification. So the full council will need to review this plan, and they will have to vote during the council meeting to adopt this plan. So when it's adopted, then council staff, if they have to reissue any solicitation of proposals, it gives time for that solicitation to be, to collect that information. Also, we're required federally to put out this adopted plan for 45-day public comment review. So after it's adopted, then we have to put that out for review. We have to issue the solicitation of proposals. And then during the July council meeting, the council will ratify this plan. So this is just the first step of approving this action plan. So I don't want you guys to think that, okay, if what we're doing is final, that's not necessarily the case. This is just to get it to the council. Council will approve it. We'll put it out for public comment. Then if any changes are needed in July, that's when it becomes final. And that's what gets reported to the feds.
Thank you for that clarification, Courtney. Thank you. So do I have a second to Jill's motion? And you see it there before you on the screen. That's for council consideration of the federal fiscal year 2022 action plan as proposed by the planning committee to be adopted.
Second, Mrs. Bambi.
Thank you, Bambi. So I have a motion from Jill and a second from Bambi on the motion on the floor. Do I have any abstentions? Does anyone abstain? Do I have any objections to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I want to thank everyone for your service, particularly Ms. Brenda Kosey. I want to thank you for accepting my appointment of you to the committee. So, and thank you for your participation. Thank you everyone on the committee for your work. I know this has been a long and arduous task, and I want to thank everybody for your work and your input. I have taken note of every concern and objection made today, and I will be working diligently to make sure that we meet the needs and address the concerns that have been expressed. And so just please know that you are heard, we hear you, and I will be working diligently to try and ensure that we are being as transparent and as open with our processes, this one and all others, as we possibly can be. I know the staff shares that commitment. So that's, I believe we are concluded with no objection. We will have a motion to adjourn that is done by universal consent. So if no one objects, we're hereby adjourned, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your service.